Chapter 2178. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your award. Thank you to ++++DF for your precious monthly votes. Attention, all personnel. The first human experiment is about to begin. All personnel must return to their posts immediately. I repeat, the first human experiment is about to begin. All personnel must return to their posts immediately, Dr. Scarlett O'Hara said to everyone through the internal communication system of the large laboratory. Immediately, all the staff in the laboratory were shocked. They stopped what they were doing and returned to their posts. After about 5 minutes, Scarlett O'Hara turned to Nina, the energy manager beside her, and said, "Let's begin." "Yes," Nina replied solemnly. In the next moment, following her operation, the cabin-like instrument made of 4 rectangular metal plates, about 2 meters long and half a meter wide in the shape of an X, which was separated from the operation room by a wall, immediately vibrated. It slowly rotated around the unconscious executioner in the center, who was only wearing a pair of boxers. Then, the metal plates began to emit a strange light of energy, enveloping the executioner in the center. "The energy is stable," Nina reported. "Increase the number," Scarlett O'Hara ordered without turning her head. "Yes." Nina pushed with her palm and increased the energy output frequency. At the same time, the instrument where the executioner was emitted a brighter light. Like a cocoon of light, it completely enveloped the executioner. "How's the experimental subject?" Scarlett O'Hara asked. "The experimental subject's metabolic rate has increased. It's still within the permitted range." Akagi Ritsuko glanced at the instrument next to her that represented the executioner's physical condition. She replied faintly, "Continue to increase the energy output. At the same time, start the impact program," Scarlett ordered expressionlessly. Nina, who was next to him, did not hesitate either. She immediately and slowly pushed the lever that could control the intensity of the energy output. At the same time, she moved her left hand. She pressed a few buttons on the instrument in front of her. In an instant, there was a muffled sound. The executioner's body, which was wrapped in the cocoon of light, suddenly shook and became blurry. "The soul body has begun to separate," Ibuki Maya reported loudly. As proof, a figure that looked exactly like the executioner but was entirely composed of energy floated out of the executioner's body. It floated quietly above the executioner like a ghost, receiving the scouring of the pale, golden quantum energy. "Activate the soul capture system," Landau, who was wearing a white coat, ordered. On the side, Nye Inming silently operated the instrument. Then, the surface of one of the 4 strange steel plates that were flying around the executioner at high speed suddenly lit up. After that, the executioner's soul seemed to be attracted by some kind of power and was suddenly projected into the steel plate, where it was sealed. Next, the steel plate that sealed the executioner's soul slowly separated from the whole body and no longer participated in the energy maintenance. It flew to another set of instruments next to it and finally stopped at the core of that set of instruments. "The experimental subject's mental activity is silent," Ibuki Maya reported. "Turn on the device," Landau immediately ordered. Then, the steel plate that sealed the executioner's soul in the body room lit up slightly. An energy light shield was activated from the circular generators that existed above and below the steel plate, forming an impenetrable energy light beam that tightly wrapped the steel plate in the middle. Enter the second stage. Scarlett, who did not pay attention to the actions of Landau and the others, ordered faintly, "Yes." Then, the instrument that the executioner's body was lying on shook slightly and turned from its original slanted position to an upright position. Then, several openings opened at the top of the instrument, from which more than 10 soft tentacles of different thickness stretched out. They pierced into the executioner's body. In an instant, the executioner's appearance became like those extreme human experimental specimens in the movies. "Start the energy extraction program," Scarlett ordered. The next moment, the surface of the tentacles on the executioner's body lit up, and a smoke-like substance was sucked out of the executioner's body. The substance was transported through the pipeline to a cylinder with a height of 30 centimeters and a width of more than 10 centimeters. A white transparent crystal was suspended inside the cylinder, and the originally transparent cylinder gradually became hazy. However, as these substances were extracted, the executioner's body thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a starving person in a time of famine, and it no longer had its previous burly body. What are the life characteristics of the body? Scarlett's expression remained unchanged, and she asked in an unusually flat tone. It's still alive, but if it doesn't quickly replenish nutrients, it is likely to starve to death due to lack of nutrition. Akagi, Ritsuko replied. Start the life support program and instill the experimental subject with life, energy, and nutrient solution, Scarlett ordered. Ibuki Maya did not hesitate and immediately acted according to Scarlett's instructions. Then the ground under the instrument where the executioner was located suddenly opened, revealing two rectangular openings. Several transparent tubes of different thicknesses stretched out from inside, but all of them had slender thorns at the front end. They then silently pierced into the executioner's exposed legs. Immediately afterward, a substance exuding a green fluorescence began to flow out of the tubes, along the needles, and into the executioner's extremely thin body. Just like magic, the executioner's body became healthy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he still did not return to his previous burly appearance, he no longer looked like he could die at any time like he did just now. The experimental subject's vital signs are recovering, and there are no abnormal reactions, Ibuki Maya reported. Observe carefully, Scarlett ordered. Then, she turned around and said to Sei Ito, who was watching the whole process, as long as the experimental subject doesn't die until the end of the energy extraction, the whole experiment is basically half successful. As for the rest, it depends on the situation on Lando's side. In the end, Scarlett's eyes fell on Landau and others who were fiddling with the executioner's soul. Don't worry. Landau and others may be a little inferior to you in other aspects, but when it comes to understanding the soul, there is no one more authoritative than them, the Grim Reaper. Sei Ito, who also looked at Landau, Nirvana, and some members of the Technology Development Bureau who were busy assisting them, said with a smile. Sure enough, Ranjima and the others didn't disappoint Ito Sei's expectations. In less than half an hour, Ranjima and the others had analyzed the peculiar substance in the executioner's soul that was different from that of ordinary human souls and designed a corresponding extraction plan. Then, it took another 2 hours to modify the required equipment, and in the third hour, they successfully separated the special substance in the executioner's hand from the soul, turning the executioner's soul into an ordinary person. During this process, Scarlett and the others successfully extracted all the energy from the executioner's body and sealed it in a special crystal that Nina and Plesha had created together. Well done. Looking at the two crystals in his hand, which respectively sealed the executioner's energy and soul, Sei Ito praised everyone. Then he flipped his palm. He put away the two crystals, and then with a thought, he brought the unconscious Wichamora, the Valkyrie Brunhilde, and Princess Sif, whose powers were sealed by him, into the laboratory. Verify the experimental steps on her again. If there are no problems, we will extract the soul from target number 1. Sei Ito pointed at Amora, who was on the ground, and said, Naturally, no one had any objections to this. They immediately followed Sei Ito's instructions and brought Amora into the body room, replacing the executioner who had now become an ordinary person. She was fixed in the equipment. What are you doing? Sif questioned. I want you to witness something, Sei Ito replied calmly. What is it? Sif frowned and asked. How a god can become a human, Sei Ito said with a smile. Sif and Brunhilde's expressions changed when they heard this. They looked at Amora, who was tied to the equipment, with a solemn expression. Let's begin. Ito Sei ignored Sif and Brunhilde and turned to instruct Scarlett O'Hara, who was standing beside him. Start the equipment. Scarlett O'Hara, who had received the instructions, immediately gave the order. Instantly, the scene from before appeared again. The extraction process was carried out on Amora's body in an orderly manner. Soul separation, energy extraction, soul separation, and the final fusion of soul and body. Even though they didn't understand these technological things very well, the two of them could clearly feel the change in Amora's aura. They knew that Amora had completely turned from a terrifying witch and member of the Asgardian god race into an ordinary person like the mortals around her. She had no magic or divine powers. She didn't have any extraordinary physical abilities. Immediately, Sif and Brunhilde's expressions, which were already unusually solemn, changed again. They looked at Sei Ito and the others with a faint look of fear in their eyes. "What are you trying to do?" Sif questioned in a low voice. "Seeing that you are women, and beautiful women at that, I'll give you two choices. 1. Submit to me, leave Asgard, and become my subordinates." Seito looked at Brunhilde and Sif and smiled. "Don't even think about it." However, before he could finish his sentence, Brunhilde immediately rejected him in an unwavering tone. Although Sif didn't say anything, the expression on her face was the same. "If that's the case, then I can only do what I did to Amora. I'll extract your powers and turn you into mortals." Seito sighed with a look of regret. Although Brunhilde and Sif could faintly sense the result of their refusal to submit, they still felt their hearts tremble when they heard it with their own ears. Their thoughts were faintly fluctuating. However, the two of them were, after all, famous gods and warriors in the legends. Their determination was not inferior to that of a warrior who had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Almost instantly, they became resolute again and looked straight into Seito's eyes without any change in their expressions. Seeing the changes in their expressions, Seito shrugged and used his mind to transfer Saul, whose strength and physical mobility had been sealed by a special technique, into the experiment room. "Saul!" Sif shouted. Sif! Saul, who was like a corpse, smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Let's begin." Seito turned his head and instructed Scarlett O'Hara. The latter nodded and called for someone to move Saul away and into a blank room separated by a wall. She replaced Amora and fixed him on the apparatus. "Odin won't let you go," Sif said in a low voice as she stared fiercely at Seito. "At least his son is still alive, isn't he?" Seito asked with a smile. "But your actions have challenged Odin's dignity. Odin will definitely punish you with his thunder and lightning." Brunhilde added, "That will be best." Seito chuckled and then slightly restrained his expression. His expression was full of seriousness as he said in a low voice, "I want to see if this heavenly father-level god is really as powerful as the legends say. You're a lunatic. You won't have a good ending," Sif said fiercely. Seito chuckled and did not say anything. He turned his head to look at the blank room opposite the transparent wall. He looked at the thunder god Saul, whose face had become blurry as he was surrounded by the activated apparatus. "Thor's hammer. Where are you? I need you," Saul said loudly. And Thor was indeed Thor. Unlike Amora, who was not a god, the energy contained in his body was extremely vast. Even at the highest rate of energy extraction, it still took more than 10 hours to extract all the energy from Thor's body and seal it in the special crystal that Nina and Plesha had jointly created. The same was true for the matter in the soul. Because the matter was too closely linked to Saul, and almost his entire soul was filled with that matter, Saul's soul was almost destroyed when he extracted the mysterious soul matter. Fortunately, Seito was there and quickly used the energy of ordinary people to make up for the loss, so that Saul's soul could be preserved. However, because of Saul's lesson, the extraction of the energy of Sif and Brunhilde became much smoother. There were no more incidents like Saul's soul that almost collapsed. After about 2 days and 1 night, all the members of the Asgardian gods captured by Seito had their divine power and abilities extracted, and they turned from the original gods into mortals like ordinary people. Of course, after doing all this, Seito still did not release them. Instead, he continued to hold them captive in the Rubik's Cube world. On the one hand, he wanted to observe their subsequent situation to avoid any accidents. On the other hand, he wanted to prevent Odin from being too stimulated after seeing them and directly coming after him. After all, for the current Seito, he still needed to stay in this world for a while, and he did not want to leave early because of Odin. Chapter 2179. Of course, once he had power, he had to use it. Therefore, after extracting the power from Saul, Sif, and the others, and after studying the nature of the energy, Ito began to look for a suitable owner for this energy. First, Saul's energy was determined and handed over to Sharmi. Although Chinger, who was also proficient in lightning, and Mugino Shizuri had the ability to destroy atoms, were also good, the former's power attribute was somewhat different from Saul's. Although they were both lightning power, one was close to magic power, while the other was close to the energy of heaven and earth. There would always be some differences, and with Chinger's ability, she couldn't absorb so much power at once. Since Sharmi's ability was incompatible and everyone knew the specific situation, there was no need to explain further. On the other hand, Sharmi, who was born in the Orochi clan, was closer to Saul's power in terms of compatibility and power attribute. She belonged to the innate divine clan and could absorb better. In addition, the quality of Sharmi's soul was the closest to the divine soul. Seito was completely confident that Sharmi could completely ascend to godhood after absorbing Saul's power and condense her own thunder god's divinity. Next, the powers of Sif and Brunhilde were determined and handed over to Erica and Liliana. The reason for this was that even though Heve had the same name as Heve, the personified deity of earth and harvest in the Norse mythology of the main world, her power was still pure divine power. At most, it was because she had learned magic that she had more combat skills, but there were no laws of earth or harvest. Thus, there was no need to consider finding a suitable candidate for the role of Heve. Therefore, Seito's initial consideration, Lucretia Zola, the Earth Witch, and Wanligu Yuri, who had the potential to become a Sky Witch, were excluded. Instead, they were replaced by Erica and Liliana, who were better at fighting. Of course, there were other suitable candidates. For example, Karen, Valletta, Sakura Basei, Yi, and so on, who were all warriors. However, judging from the current comprehensive aspects of strength, quality, mentality, and so on, Erica and Liliana were better at exerting their power. Then, there was Amora's power. There was nothing much to say about this. He directly handed it over to Lucretia Zola. The reason was simple. She had already developed the bloodline of the Earth Mother to its current limit and became the enchantress of the Earth. She could use Amora's power to break through her current level and take one step closer to atavism to become a god, or an existence like Shinzu. She was much stronger than Oriana Thompson, who had just gotten rid of the title of Magus. As for the power of the final executioner, Seito decided to give it to the Witch of the Sword, the Celestial Clouds, together with the power of the Celestial Clouds. With the help of the divine power of the Celestial Clouds, Huina could become the goddess of swords and blades, which was the most suitable for her divine title. As for Seito himself, he was preparing to complete the final step of fusing the Heavenly Sword and the Heavenly Sword together to create a new divine sword. After deciding all this, Seito did not hesitate. After going out to greet the White Queen Emma, he returned to the house in the central area of the Rubik's Cube world. He summoned Erica, Liliana, Huina, Lucretia Zola, and Sharmi to his side and told them about his plans. So, I can also become a god? Sharmi's lips curled into a charming smile. Yes. Seito nodded in confirmation. Sure enough, choosing to become the king's subordinate was the right decision. Lucretia continued. After the fusion, I can help the king, right? Huina of the Qingqiu courtyard looked at Ito, expectantly. Similarly, Erica and Liliana also looked at him expectantly. Obviously, like Huina of the Qingqiu courtyard, they hoped to help Ito. They did not want to stay in the comfortable environment of the Rubik's Cube world and do nothing. Of course, Seito smiled. Huina, who received an affirmative answer, was overjoyed. She hurriedly urged, "What are you waiting for, king? Hurry up and fuse." "All right, let's start the fusion now." Seito nodded in agreement. "I'll go first," Huina said impatiently. "My king, as your first knight, I should go first," Liliana said without showing any signs of weakness. Lily, when did you become the first knight by the king's side? Why didn't I know? Erica looked at Liliana with a faint smile. I've always been the first knight, Liliana replied in a deep voice. Is that so? But I clearly remember that I was the first one to appear by the king's side. So, whether it's in reality or in terms of time, I'm the first knight by the king's side. Erica stared at Liliana with a burning gaze. Time is not everything. Only the person recognized by the king is the first knight, Liliana replied in a tit-for-tat manner. Then, Erica and Liliana turned to Seito and asked, King, tell us, who is your first knight? No matter who is the first knight, I'm still your mistress. At this moment, Charmy walked to Seito's side and sat down. She hugged Seito's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. She smiled at Erica and Liliana. That's not right. I'm also the king's recognized wife, Huina said with a smile. Haha, how interesting, Lucretia said with a smile, as if she was watching a good show. Your Majesty, Erica and Liliana chased after her. All right. It seems that if I don't show you who's in charge, you won't know who's in charge. See how I'll deal with you, Seito shouted and pretended to be fierce as he looked at Erica and the others in the room. After saying that, without waiting for Erica and the others to respond, he directly activated his teleportation ability and moved everyone's clothes, including his, to the side so that everyone could see each other naked. Erica and the others immediately felt a chill run down their spines, and they subconsciously let out a low cry. After that, Ito-sei didn't say anything. Instead, he pounced on Charmy, Huina, Erica, and Liliana, pressing them under his body. His hands, feet, mouth, and nose began to move around their bodies in a naughty manner. It seems that I'll have to leave for a while, Lucretia, who had never seen such a ridiculous scene, said with a reddened face. However, as soon as her voice fell, she suddenly felt a strong force exerted on her body, keeping her in the room. Then, she watched Ito-sei's absurd behavior, and in the end, even she fell into it and became one of them. In a mellow moan that made one's imagination run wild immediately reverberated throughout the entire room. After an unknown period of time, the climax finally subsided. Everyone lay down on the floor, panting heavily as they gasped for air. Now you know who's the head of the house, right? Seito said loudly with a strange smile as he kneaded Lucretia and Charmy's majestic jade-like breasts. Of course it's the king, Huina said with a smile like a good wife. Erica rolled her eyes at Huina from the clear autumn courtyard and snorted, tacitly agreeing. Liliana didn't say anything because she didn't have the strength to do so. Lucretia smiled and didn't say anything. Charmy smiled dangerously and glanced at Seito. Then, she turned around and grabbed his manhood. I still don't know, Charmy whispered in Seito's ear. Seito laughed dryly and didn't continue the topic. The next day came in the blink of an eye. After a day of rest, everyone's state of mind had recovered to its peak and gathered in the big room. Huina's fusion is relatively simple. Let's start with Huina, Seito said to everyone. This time, no one had any objections, and they gave the first opportunity to clear Autumn Courtyard's Huina. Then Huina will thank everyone. Huina looked at everyone and smiled. Then, she stood up and walked to Seito's side and asked, What do we do? It's similar to what we did yesterday. The two of us need to fuse first, Seito explained. Oh, clear Autumn Courtyards, Huina did not hesitate to take off her clothes in front of everyone. Let's go to another room and wait. Call us when you're done, Your Majesty, Liliana, who was the most shameless among them, suggested with a red face. All right, Seito nodded in agreement. Although Erica and Charmy were very interested in watching a live erotic scene, since Liliana had already said so, the two of them were embarrassed to stay. Thus, they didn't object and left the room with Liliana and Lucretia disappearing behind the closed door. At the same time, Huina also took off her white kimono. I'm done. Huina looked at Seito with a red face and said softly, Come, Seito used teleport to move his clothes to the side, revealing his perfect body that had been transformed by the power of the world. He stretched out his arm and said softly, "In." Huina of the clear autumn courtyard responded softly and placed her hand on Ito-Sei's palm. Then, Ito used a little force and pulled Huina in front of him. He gently hugged her in his arms and let her sit down. In an instant, the two of them were in the shape of hugging Xidagarba. "Concentrate and sense the existence of the celestial clouds," Ito said softly to Huina in his arms. Chapter 2180. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a burning eye, a large amount of real flames appeared out of thin air, forming a huge sea of fire that surrounded Ito and Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina. "This is..." Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina looked at the illusion that appeared in front of her. "Ignore it," Ito said gently as he gently hugged Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina's body and slowly moved her up and down. "Okay," Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina replied softly. Then, in the next moment, the ground they were on began to change. It changed from the original wooden floor to an iron mountain made entirely of iron ore. At the same time, a pitch-black long blade was inserted diagonally next to Ito and Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina. Judging from its shape and length, as well as the familiar aura it exuded, the black blade was none other than the divine blade, celestial clouds. Whoosh! Then, the surrounding flames burned fiercely again, emitting an extremely high temperature. "It's so hot," Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina murmured. "Bear with it. This is a test you must go through when you and celestial clouds become one," Ito said gently. "Huina understands. Huina will not disappoint your majesty. Huina must become stronger so that I can help your majesty in the future," Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina murmured with a red face. Ito, who heard Qingxiu Courtyard's murmur, did not say anything. He only held Huina's left hand tightly with his right hand and did his best to guide the fusion process. Crack! At this moment, there was a clap of thunder and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void. It directly struck the celestial clouds that had already turned red from the high temperature. Crack! In an instant, the divine blade suddenly shattered. It turned into a pile of irregular fragments of different sizes and fell into the surrounding flames. Then, under the extremely hot flames, it turned into bright red molten iron and slowly flowed along the ground toward Qingxiu Courtyard's Huina. Soon, it flowed to Qingxiu Courtyard's feet. Then, the boiling molten iron suddenly surged forward and quickly wrapped around Huina's feet. Immediately after, a familiar burnt smell came from Huina's feet. Ugh! Huina of the clear autumn courtyard furrowed her brows in great pain. Her face was pale as she let out a low groan. However, this was only the beginning. Next, it started with Huina's feet on the ground in the clear autumn courtyard. The crimson liquid molten from the divine saber, celestial clouds, was like an unknown parasite, slowly spreading along Huina's muscles, bones, and meridians. Wherever it flowed, Huina's skin would turn crimson, like a thin wing that reflected everything inside her body. An even more intense and unbearable pain suddenly occurred in Qingxiu Courtyard's body, causing her to scream loudly. Then, her eyes rolled back and she completely fainted. Looking at Huina, who had fainted in his arms, Ito resisted the urge to interrupt the fusion process. He tightly held Huina's body, which was as hot iron, in his arms. He silently activated his authority and sent waves of pure life force into Huina's body, maintaining her life force. At the same time, he slowly activated his spiritual power and comforted Huina's soul, preventing her soul from collapsing due to this intense stimulation. In this state, after an unknown amount of time, the last bit of molten iron on the ground disappeared. All the molten iron finally flowed into Huina's body, her muscles and bones, and her nerve cells fused together. It could be said that Huina and Tian Songyun from the clear autumn courtyard were no longer separated. They had become one person. However, at this point, the fusion process was still not over. The moment all the liquid poured into Huina's body, the surrounding burning flames moved again. Like bees returning to their nest, they swarmed over and turned into a huge flame cocoon, wrapping around Huina and Sei Ito, who was connected to her. The wind howled and lightning struck, causing the flames on the fire cocoon to become even hotter and brighter. Then, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by the sound of thunder, large amounts of rain fell from the sky, splashing onto the huge fire cocoon. The moment the fire and water met, a large white cloud quickly evaporated and quickly enveloped the fire cocoon. And this time, it rained for several hours. When the red light of the fire cocoon could no longer be seen in the fog, and the sizzling sound of the fire and water meeting could no longer be heard, the heavy rain seemed to have completed its mission and gradually stopped. But strangely enough, the moment the heavy rain disappeared, the thick white fog that covered the entire space quickly dissipated. After a while, the figures of Ito Sei and Qingqiu Courtyard's Huina were exposed again. However, at this time, Huina's body was emitting a faint golden glow. Together with her fair and flawless skin, she looked like a goddess who had descended to earth. Phew, the most difficult step is finally over. Looking at Huina, who was beginning to emit the sacred glow that only extraordinary creatures had, Sei Ito let out a long breath and relaxed. Then, with a wave of his arm, he took out the two crystals that sealed the executioner's soul's special substance and power. Then, with a clench of his hand, he crushed the two crystals into powder. The next moment, energy gushed out. Two forces, one strong and one weak, one bright and one dark, spread out in the room that had returned to normal. At this time, with a thought from Ito Sei, the two rapidly spreading energies immediately stopped. Then, as if they were being pulled by something, they shot toward the head and body of the unconscious Qingqiu Courtyard's Huina. At the same time, Ito Sei didn't stay idle. He closed his eyes and began to use the double cultivation divine skill he created to help the unconscious Qingqiu Courtyard Huina absorb energy. Just like that, under Sei Ito's guidance, the sacred glow on Huina's body became dazzling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It emitted a sacred and powerful aura that surged into the surroundings like a tsunami, stirring up space and making the surrounding air blurry and sticky. Fortunately, they were in the central area. If they were in other areas, just the aftermath of this power alone would be enough to make ordinary creatures who had not reached a certain level of strength feel oppressed, shocked, and in awe. Not to mention the things in the center of the power. Things like what would definitely be destroyed into powder, and things like stone buildings would also be damaged to varying degrees. After an unknown amount of time, Ito Sei finally let out a long sigh and put Huina down from the Qingqiu Courtyard. That was the right move. Sei Ito looked at Huina, whose aura was floating around him, with a gratified expression, and thought to himself, sure enough, through the complete integration with the Divine Blade, Celestial Clouds, not only can I spend a small amount of energy to transform Huina's body into a divine body, but I also have the extra energy to reshape the divinity and condense the divinity. With the addition of the executioner's power, Huina is now almost the same as an ordinary new deity except for her slightly weaker strength, unfocused soul, and the fact that the divinity has just been condensed and has no power. As long as she spends some time cultivating, she can directly surpass the new deity and become an official deity. Then, Sei Ito bent over and picked Huina up again, stood up, and left the room. How is it? Hearing the door open, Erica, who had subconsciously stood up to check, asked. However, before she could get close to Sei Ito, a powerful divine aura suddenly shot over, causing Erica's heart to tremble. She could not help but stop in her tracks. Sei Ito looked at Erica, who had been forced back by Huina's power, and said softly, "She's fine. It's just that her power is not stable yet, so I can't get close to her for the time being. She needs to cultivate for a while. Now, go to the big house and wait for me." Once I've settled Huina down, I'll help you with the integration. Okay. Erica looked at the unconscious Huina with a complicated expression and nodded in agreement. Then, Seito used his own power to envelop Huina's power so that her power would not hurt anyone. He walked past the house where Erica and the others were resting and went to another room to settle Huina down. Then, he set up a sealed boundary to restrain Huina's power and left a shadow doppelganger here. Only then did he leave the room and return to the big house from before, walking to Erica's side. Do I have to be like Huina? Seeing that Seito was still naked, Erica, who had always been bold, suddenly became shy and asked in a low voice. Yes. Seito nodded and confirmed. Why are you shy? No, how is that possible? Erica argued. However, her slightly red earlobes indicated that her heart was not calm at the moment. Seeing this, Seito did not point it out. He smiled slightly and did not say anything. Seeing this, Erica did not say anything. After turning her head to look at the door, she calmed down and calmly took off her clothes. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. After a while, Erica was naked just like Seito. Then, Seito extended his hand and smiled at Erica as an invitation. Erica did not hesitate and reached out to grab Seito's hand. She elegantly walked in front of Seito and sat down in his embrace. I heard Huina scream very miserably just now. We won't do that, right? Erica asked with a faintly worried expression. No, because you're different from her. Chapter 2181. P.S. Thanks to Party Lowly, AK56, Bloody Maple Evil Knight, and +++DF for their precious monthly votes. Read the latest novel after an unknown period of time. All the fusion work was completed, and the results made Seito very excited. Among them, the best effect was within Ito-Sei's expectations. Charmy's fusion was the best, because she came from the heavenly Protoss, which was considered to be the Protoss on Earth. Her soul nature and power were far superior to others. Therefore, after obtaining Saul's power, she smoothly broke through the current bottleneck, achieved a divine body, evolved the divine soul, condensed her own divinity and godhood power, and became an official thunder god. The second was the fusion of Erica and Liliana. It was even better than expected. After receiving the power of Brunhilde and Heave respectively, the extraordinary bloodlines in Erica and Liliana's bodies were all activated. One of them directly formed a divine body and condensed divinity due to her ancestor being a god slayer. Her soul also broke through the ordinary boundary and entered the realm of extraordinary. As long as there was enough energy, she could completely transform and become a new god. The other used the power of the Mother Earth's bloodline to condense divinity and raise her soul. She also condensed a primordial substance similar to a quintessence crystal in her body. Similarly, as long as there was enough energy supply, she could completely transform from a human to a god. Seeing this, Seito was naturally not stingy. He immediately used his mind to extract one of the 2 Shinzu suppressed in the Rubik's Cube world. He used the power of the Rubik's Cube to refine it into the purest form of divine power and instilled it into Erica and Liliana's bodies. It helped them complete the final transformation. The results were as expected. After completely exhausting the power of 1 Shinzu, Erica and Liliana each made up for their missing parts and became gods. It was just that he had yet to crystallize his own power. He had yet to write down his own rule power in his divine spark, or perhaps comprehend his own rule power, which was why he was unable to become a true god. But since he had already used Shinzu, Seito did not hesitate. He used his mind to refine the other Shinzu into the purest form of divine power. Then, after fusing the power of the Witch Amora with Lucretia Zola to become a Shunzu on par with the godslayers and gods, he also fused it with another witch under his command, Yuri Banria, with the power of an entire Shinzu. Yuri, whose bloodline purity was extremely high, did not let Seito down. Yuri successfully broke through to the mortal rank and evolved into a Shinzu like Lucretia. Now, Seito had 6 more god-ranked experts besides Mayuzumi: Hellable Kunai, Toyo, Uchiyamiko, Suzu Ito, Athena, and Athena, who he did not get along with, as well as Asamiya, who could be considered a false god. At this moment, he still had the divine bodies and souls of Hachi and Jianbi, as well as the divine bodies and souls of Hypnos and Underworld King Hades, as well as a small portion of the Dream God's remnant soul energy from the last fusion. If he used it well, creating another 4 or 5 god-ranked experts would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate. With a thought, he summoned the ones he had decided to fuse with Hashiman and Kinbira, Tsukiki Emili, and Cornelia. He began the fusion. As for Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Hades, the god of sleep, the former's power form was too dangerous, and there was indeed no one around him who could match his power attribute. It was not easy to use. The latter's power was too great, and a single human body would not be able to withstand it. It would be too wasteful to use them separately, so he could not decide how to use them for now. As such, he decided to put them aside and wait until he had a better idea or needed to use them. The result of the fusion was needless to say. After exhausting Hashiman, Kinbira, and the remaining portion of the Dream God's divine soul, as well as a small portion of the world's energy, the mortals Tsukiki Emili and Cornelia successfully took over the 2 gods' divine roles and divine powers, becoming the new god of archery and protection and the god of war. Of course, during this series of fusions, Seito did not forget that there were many things waiting for him to destroy and change in the outside world. He could not afford to spend too much time in the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, at the beginning of the fusion, Seito used the power of the Rubik's Cube world to change the flow of time between the central area and the surrounding area, separating the time between the 2 worlds. So even though the fusion here took a long time, only half a month had passed between the outside of the central area and the outside Marvel world. After that, Seito, who had finished his work, stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for a few more days to accompany the newly ascended gods, Erika, and the others. After that, he bade farewell to everyone, exited the Rubik's Cube world, and returned to the Marvel world outside. After that, Seito gently caressed Emma's smooth back with his palm and asked softly, "Tell me, what happened outside while I was away?" "A lot, but there are only 3 important things," Emma, who was lying on Seito's chest, replied softly. "The first is, just 5 days after you left, after a joint consultation with the Congress, the United States officially enacted the Superhuman Registration Act, requiring every superhero and mutant to register and accept the country's supervision and deployment." When she said this, a sneer full of disdain appeared on Emma's face. Seito can also understand Emma's expression. Since ancient times, except for some guys, which person with extraordinary powers is willing to be restrained? Some geniuses in modern society are like this, not to mention the arrogant guys in the Marvel world who hold extraordinary powers in their hands and think they are superior. They will never accept this new law, and it is even possible that the government's decree will intensify the existing contradictions and cause greater chaos. At least in the original work, because of this order, there is a large-scale civil war among the superheroes in the United States, and many people even died because of it. The second is, just 3 days ago, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the only level 10 agent in the United States, Nick Fury, was ambushed on New York's 3rd Street and was finally declared dead because of ineffective rescue. Emma continued, "Oh, Nick Fury is dead?" Itose raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and asked back. Seito believes that Nick Fury was attacked and even seriously injured, but Seito absolutely doesn't believe that he died like this. In the world of Captain America 2, he can survive that level of persecution. Not to mention this Marvel world with more advanced technology and more abundant equipment. Now he must be hiding in a secret stronghold, coldly watching everything in the outside world. Yes, The current shield is temporarily under Nick Fury's assistant, Maria Hill. As for the formal appointment, the upper echelons of the United States seem to still be discussing it, and there is no correct attitude for the time being. Emma confirmed. Politicians have always been like this, Saito said with a sneer. What's the third thing? Then, Saito asked again. Recently, the government has officially put into production a robot called Sentinel, which can search for and determine mutants and is vigorously capturing mutants everywhere. And the slightest resistance will be killed. So far, hundreds of mutants have lost their lives because of this. Now the remaining mutants are all in danger. They are afraid that the Sentinel robot will come to their door in the next moment and lose their lives. Emma's body faintly emitted a murderous aura. She stated with a cold face. What's the reaction of Magneto and X-Men? Saito asked in a low voice. The two have joined forces and are organizing mutants together to resist. But the effect is not great, and many mutants have been killed because of this. Emma replied. Then, Emma turned her head and looked up at Saito's face and continued. In addition, Magneto once came to the Hellfire Club to find me, hoping that we can join their team. We? Saito raised his eyebrows and repeated. Yes, there are mutants in the Hellfire Club, Emma explained. Did you agree? Saito asked. Not yet, and the Black Queen didn't agree, Emma replied. Then she changed the topic and continued. But I used a little of the club's power to trace the beginning and end of the Sentinel robot project and found that among the original proposers, there were traces of Shaw. When it came to Shaw again, a look of resentment appeared on Emma's face. She probably didn't expect that Shaw, as one of the mutants, would agree to this weapon development plan that could make mutants extinct. It's not just Shaw, Saito said slowly. Yes, there are some original core members, Emma affirmed. The so-called original core members are the old members who have been excluded and suppressed since Saito ascended to the position. These guys can be said to be the group of people in the entire club who are the most against Saito, but these guys are so elusive that even Saito can't get rid of them. Let's do it this way. We can't participate openly. No matter what those people are, they are still members of the club, and the interests behind the Sentinel robot are not simple. There may be some club members who we haven't found out about. If we directly fight on the mutant side, it will be unacceptable to most ordinary members of the club, so we need to work in the dark. Saito said quietly. You can arrange a few people, or use mind control, or other things to give the information about the Sentinel robot to Magneto and the others, so that Magneto and the others have some advantages and avoid more casualties. Okay, Emma nodded and agreed. The following days were once again calm and peaceful. However, Saito was not idle. On this day, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from Emma's room. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the small Central European country of Latvia. He bent down and flew towards a strangely shaped castle on the southwest border of Latvia. With Saito's super high-flying speed that is several times the speed of sound, Saito arrived in the sky above the castle almost instantly. However, as soon as he stopped, dozens of laser beams immediately shot towards him. Saito's figure in midair flashed and appeared inside the castle. This was a huge stone room, the size of a semi-regular basketball court, but the space was very high, about 4 or 5 meters. The room was filled with all kinds of strange metal instruments with unknown functions. In the middle of the room, a man wrapped in metal armor, wearing an iron mask with only his eyes exposed on his face, and a green sleeveless hooded cloak was standing there silently operating the instrument in front of him. Intruder detected, danger level S. Annihilation program initiated. At the same time, the eyes of the female-shaped robot next to the armored man flashed, watching Saito. Then she raised her hands and pointed 10 metal fingers at Saito, shooting energy lasers. Saito's figure didn't move, but in the next second, the lasers that flew in front of him seemed to be pulled by some force, spontaneously slid away from him and flew out from both sides of Saito's body. Boom! The laser that missed its target hit the instrument on the side, creating a moderate explosion. Then Ito's eyes lit up, and the female-shaped robot immediately flew out, as if it had been hit by a high-speed truck. It crashed through the wall, not far away, and instantly disappeared from the sight of Ito and the armored man. "Is there anything you want to say?" Ito looked at the armored man, Victor Von Doom, who was known as Doctor of Destruction. Victor Von Doom, one of the bosses of the Fantastic Four, was born in Ladovinia, a small country in Central Europe. His mother was a gypsy witch. When she was searching for magic power, her soul was taken away by the great demon Memphis. Therefore, he was determined to liberate his mother's soul from Memphis when he was young. For this reason, he taught himself all kinds of magic and was very proficient in science. Thanks to this, he received a scholarship from New York State Comprehensive University and was able to leave Ladovinia, which was still under feudal rule. At NYSU, he met his lifelong enemy, Richard Reed, who later became Mr. Fantastic. During his university career, he deliberately maintained a competitive relationship with Mr. Fantastic. He invented an instrument to liberate his mother's soul in hell, but it was discovered by Mr. Fantastic, who thought that Doom's calculation was wrong. However, Doom insisted on doing it, and in the end, there was an explosion, leaving a few scars on his face. At the same time, he was expelled from the university because of the explosion. After that, Doom went to Tibet alone to seek power. There, he became the leader of a group of monks, who forged the first set of armor for Doom. After that, Doom's power grew, and he returned to Ladovinia, killed the Lord, and became the dictator. Chapter 2182. P.S. Thanks to Freedom Lunatic and Pantingfung for their tips. "Who are you?" Dumb asked in a hoarse voice. "You can call me Chun," Ito answered. "What's your goal?" Dumb asked again. "Fight," Ito answered. "I want to see your strength and your power after combining technology and magic." This was his real goal for coming here. As for eliminating Dumb or capturing him in exchange for world power, Ito had indeed thought about it before. However, when he thought about how bad this guy was, he was the cornerstone of the stability of Ladovinia. It was because of his existence that the originally poor and chaotic Ladovinia became a heaven-like country without war and hunger. Therefore, he gave up. After all, although he needed world power, he would not exchange it for the happiness of a country's people. That's all. A look of surprise flashed across Moo's exposed eyes as he asked. "Yes, that's all." Ito nodded affirmatively. "I won't hold back," Dumb said calmly. "That's exactly what I want." Ito smiled. Then he suddenly flicked his finger and shot out a dazzling electric light. Moo did not move, and a transparent energy shield blocked the lightning. Crackle, crackle. Then Dumb extended his arm and shot out a beam of light. Ito did not dodge. He raised his right hand and used his palm, which was covered with a telekinetic barrier, to welcome the beam. Bang! In an instant, Ito felt his palm tremble. A strong impact acted on his body. Ito could not help but take half a step back. "So strong," Ito exclaimed. As expected of the guy who dared to fight the great demon Mephistopheles. Seeing that his attack was effective, Dumb did not show any mercy. He extended both hands at the same time. Two beams of golden light, mixed with powerful energy fluctuations, shot towards Ito. Although Ito could vaguely feel the threat of the energy in the beam, he still did not dodge this time. Instead, he expanded his telekinesis and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! In the dazzling light, a huge impact came again. The surging telekinetic barrier in front of Ito could not help but tremble slightly. Is this the power of the combination of magic and technology? Ito, who felt the power transmitted from the telekinetic barrier, thought to himself with narrowed eyes. Then, Ito's 5 fingers moved slightly, and from each of his fingertips, a ray of lightning of a different color shot into his hand, condensing into a gray, chaotic ball of lightning. He swung his hand and threw it at Moo, who was behind the strong light. The thunderball that left his hand turned into a ray of gray light and flew in front of Doom in an instant. As his pupils shrank, it bombarded his body. Boom! Under the huge impact, Dumu's body flew backward rapidly, as if he was hit by a speeding truck. He slammed heavily into the wall on the side, leaving a human-shaped dent in the brick wall. Fine cracks spread on the wall, with Dumu as the center. Then, Sei Ito, who had gained the upper hand, stomped his foot. The sudden burst of power crushed the brick under his feet. His body rushed toward Dumu, who was deeply embedded in the wall like a cannonball. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched Dumu's face. Bang! A transparent energy shield lit up and blocked Sei Ito's fist. Then, a powerful energy burst out from Dumu's body. It turned into a powerful shock wave and pushed Sei Ito away. At the same time, under the impact of the omnidirectional shock wave, the surrounding wall shattered. This allowed Dum to break free from the center of the wall, and then, with the help of the armor, he floated in the air. At this time, Doom, who was freed, raised his arm and gestured at Ito Seiji again. However, to everyone's surprise, this time, there was no sound, light, or energy shockwave coming out of Doom's hand. However, the next moment, Ito Seiji suddenly felt a shock in his head, as if he had been attacked by some invisible force. His mental strength suddenly became a little unstable. Sei Ito, who sensed the abnormality in his spiritual force, frowned. He pressed his tongue against his upper jaw and secretly shouted with his primordial spirit, "Freeze!" In an instant, the spiritual force that had suddenly become active stopped and quickly became still. However, at this time, Dumu, who had extended his arm and launched an invisible attack, quickly flew in front of Sei Ito. His other arm reached forward and grabbed Sei Ito's neck. Although Ito Sei was trying to suppress his overly active mental power, he was still able to sense the outside world. He raised both of his hands and grabbed Dum's hands, stopping Dum's hand in front of his neck. Dum's hand stopped abruptly in front of Ito Sei's neck. Dumu's pupils shrank when he saw his hands being grabbed. He immediately used the flying ability of the armor to lift his feet. The energy jet under his feet shone with a blue light as he kicked Sei Ito's abdomen. If this kick connected, even with Sei Ito's physical strength, he would definitely be in pain for a while even if he did not get injured. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Dumu. He appeared behind Dumu. The 5 fingers of his right hand formed a claw. There was a sparkling blue light between his fingers as he swung his arm and grabbed Dumu's back. In an instant, 5 deep claw marks as thick as a finger appeared on the back of Dumu's armor with a soft sound, revealing the tough body protected by the armor. Dumu turned around after being attacked and swung his arm at Sei Ito. A strange energy gushed out from Dumu's arm and turned into a long energy whip that lashed at Sei Ito. Sei Ito tapped his foot lightly and leaped backwards as if he was weightless. He brushed against the front of the energy whip and dodged Dumu's attack. While Ito Sei was dodging, Dumu turned around and looked at Ito Sei, who had not moved at all, with flickering eyes. "Who do you think is stronger, Mephisto or me?" Sei Ito asked. Mephisto was one of the famous demons in hell in this world. In terms of strength, he was about the same as Odin without his cheat code. Even if he was weaker, he should not be much weaker. He was the best benchmark Sei Ito could find to evaluate Odin's strength. Of course, this evaluation was definitely not accurate because of Odin's cheat code, but it was enough for Sei Ito to make a preliminary judgment of Odin's strength. "I don't know." Dumu's eyes changed slightly when he heard that, and he replied in a low voice. Sei Ito looked at Dumu in confusion. "Although I've fought with Mephisto many times, I've never been able to force him to use his full strength. Every time, he just beat me up very easily, so I don't know the upper limit of Mephisto's strength. Similarly, I don't know your situation, so I can't make an accurate judgment," Dumu explained. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "You want to challenge Mephisto?" "It depends. If necessary, I might go to hell to look for him." Sei Ito smiled. Dumu's eyes flashed when he heard that, but he did not reply. After a while, he spoke again. "If you want to look for him, you can come to me. You want to cooperate? Seito asked with a faint smile. Dumu did not say anything, and only looked at Seito with a deep gaze. What can you give me? Seito asked. That depends on what you need, Dumu replied. All your research information, including the part of the combination of magic and technology that you've mastered, Seito said in a deep voice. Sure. A cold glint flashed in Dumu's eyes, but he agreed. All right, I'll come to you when I've thought it through. Seito, who noticed the change in Dumu's expression, did not care, and said with a relaxed smile. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared from Dumu's sight. Could it be that I really have to challenge Dr. Strange, or release the guy who gave Scarlet Witch chaos magic to find a suitable candidate for the test? Seito thought to himself as he used teleportation to return to New York and appeared at the top of the Empire State Building, overlooking part of the streets of New York. After thinking about it for a while, Seito extinguished this thought. Setting aside Dr. Strange, who could beat up the Court of Life, who held two almighty universes at his strongest, and who is only an authority in the world of magic on Earth at his weakest, Seito was very wary of the chaos magic that the great demon used, which could change reality. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really did not want to go deep into the mountains and unseal Dr. Strange and release him to wreak havoc on the world. Forget it, I'll just cooperate with Dumu once and challenge Mephisto, one of the three great demons. Seito decided in his heart. Then, his figure flashed again, and he returned to Emma's apartment. He sat down cross-legged in a room and continued to nourish the heavenly sword that had just fused into one. That's right, it was the heavenly sword. Although the name was still the same, the meaning behind it was completely different. The word E in the heavenly sword represented the heavenly sword that had originally been refined into a flying sword, while the word Tion represented the heavenly sword. Therefore, the current name of the heavenly sword represented the new sword that had been formed after the fusion of the two treasured swords and the divine sword. Just as Seito stayed at home to nourish the divine sword and nourish the new spirit, a few days passed silently. However, on this day, an incomparably huge spaceship suddenly appeared in the geosynchronous orbit, and the Carey Empire's first conquest of Earth was officially announced. Chapter 2183. P.S. Thank you to Blood Battles in Three Realms for your precious monthly votes. Whoosh, a small shuttle flew out of the huge, swallow-tailed spaceship, flew across the universe at an exaggerated speed, penetrated into the atmosphere, and then landed on the Earth like a meteor. Boom! The huge impact directly hit the ground, creating a deep dent. Then, the door of the shuttle opened, and a group of aliens dressed like Ultraman walked out from it, with only the part of their eyes and faces that looked similar to normal humans. They're the soldiers of the Carey Empire. The reason why it is so certain that these are the soldiers of the Carey Empire, in addition to their style of action and the weapons in their hands, is also related to the customs of the Carey Empire. After experiencing the dilemma of racial evolution stagnation, the Carey Empire gathered the brains of the smartest guys in all the Carey people to form a biological computer. Under the arrangement of the Supreme Wisdom, it launched a national soldier program similar to the ancient Greek city of Sparta. All children born in the Carey Empire, regardless of gender, will receive military training from an early age until they become excellent soldiers. Therefore, in the Carey Empire, even the so-called civilian workers are terrible warriors who are extremely good at fighting. As for the military ranks between them, they're judged by the color of their clothes. Generally, there are 5 colors: yellow, green, red, blue, and purple, with yellow being the lowest and purple being the highest. At the same time, since Kang's invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who have strengthened the observation and defense of the visitors in the universe, also discovered the Carey Empire spaceship in the universe for the first time and sent a whole S.H.I.E.L.D. agent team from the nearby branch to the area where the Carey Empire shuttle landed. Stop. I am Agent Milson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please tell me your identity. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent shouted at the Carey Empire personnel who came down from the shuttle. But what responded to him was, A Carry soldier with several transparent glass bottles filled with aquamarine liquid substance suddenly protruded behind him, and a small energy cannon appeared in his hand. The front of the energy cannon flashed. A strong light shot out and suddenly bombarded the shield agents. "Dodge!" Agent Milson shouted. At the same time, he jumped and dodged the attack of the energy beam by a hair's breadth. Boom! Immediately after, the energy beam that missed its target hit the ground with a loud explosion. Then the energy that burst out turned into a shockwave that spread quickly around, blowing the surrounding shield agents out one by one. "Take them down." Agent Milson, who had eaten a mouthful of dust, ordered with a gloomy expression. The next moment, gunshots rang out, and dozens of energy beams flew towards the soldiers of the Carry Empire. However, the Carry soldier only waved his arm. He waved a bright yellow energy light, which instantly blocked the laser beam that flew in front of him. Then the front of the two energy cannons in his hands lit up again, and he fired a powerful energy attack at the shield agents. Boom! But this time, they were no longer as lucky as before. They were all sent flying by the impact of the explosion, then fell heavily to the ground and fainted. As for those who were lucky enough not to faint, they were also seriously injured by the impact of the energy. They could only lie there and let out painful cries like people waiting to die. What a tragedy. I can't believe that these spirit palms defeated a Carry Sentinel robot. Looking at the group of Earth humans in front of him who were so easily destroyed by him, the Carry Empire soldier who was still holding the energy cannon in his hand said in a sigh. Then he turned to look at the other Cray with a green chest. "They did do it, Roger. I witnessed the potential of the Earthlings with my own eyes." The Carry turned his head. Roger said softly as he looked at the previous Carry. "Monsters and mutants shouldn't be considered potential, right?" The Cray named Roger said. The reason why he said this was not wrong. After all, he had observed the Earth tens of thousands of years ago. They even used the mutant specimens on the Earth to create aliens, and they did have the confidence to say this. Other than that, they have a spirit, the spirit of a warrior. They are comparable to the Carry in green said again. "Bah, they were able to defeat Sentinel Robot 459 because you provided help. You sympathize with these disgusting, inferior creatures. The only potential of these inferior creatures is to become training targets for my Carry army." The Carry in purple, Logan, said in an evil voice. "The Supreme Intelligence does not agree with this point of view," the Carry in green retorted. "Gee." Just when the two were in a stalemate, accompanied by a slight exhaust sound, a giant dressed differently from the other Carry soldiers, dressed more like a religious person than a warrior, and holding a tall staff in his hand, descended from the shuttle from the newly opened elevator. "Supreme Intelligence, Planet Hope was judged. This is what I want to do," the newly appeared Carry said softly. And as soon as he appeared, all the Carry present, regardless of their identity, greeted him in a way that matched their identity. Obviously, his position was the most prominent among this group of Carry. "Welcome, sir." Logan bowed his head and said. His name is Ronan, and he is a lower-level existence among the Carry people, second only to the Supreme Intelligence, the Supreme Ruler. His power is one of the best in the entire Carry Empire. Ronan, who landed on the ground, did not speak. He walked straight to the side of the previously defeated shield agents. "Where are the Avengers you mentioned, kid?" Then Ronan, who looked left and right, turned his head and looked at the Carry in green and asked. Just as he finished speaking, a sound that sounded like muffled thunder rang out. A red figure quickly flew into the middle of the Cray soldiers. Like a hammer, it sent the Cray soldiers flying, leaving only Luo Nan, Roger, and a green-clothed Cray soldier standing in place. It was Ms. Marvel, whom Sei Ito had not seen before, Carol. Then Carol, who had attacked the Carry soldiers, flew to the front of Ronan and the others, looking down at them condescendingly. Then in the next moment, an aircraft quickly flew over the Carry and Carol's heads, and a dozen steel robots that looked similar to the original Iron Man suit were released from it. It was the special mobile squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. One by one, the energy weapons in their hands reached forward and pointed at Ronan and the others. Chapter 2184. You can call me Ms. Marvel. I'm a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Sky Sword Unit. I'm here to welcome you all. Now, please take your leave and read the latest and most complete novel, Ms. Marvel. Carol spoke with a serious expression. As for the Sky Sword Unit, obviously, even if they didn't get Kang's Damocles as in the original work, S.H.I.E.L.D. also formed it and named it Sky Sword. It's just not known if the captain of this unit at this time is still the Alien/Earth hybrid agent brand in the original work. But as soon as she finished speaking, Roger, who was wearing a purple suit on his chest, immediately rushed forward and attacked Carol with the energy cannon in his hand. Condensed energy beams shot towards Carol one after another. Carol's figure in the air was different. A peculiar golden glow of energy appeared around her body, as if she was wearing a golden armor, easily blocking the energy beams shot by Roger. She then gestured with her hand, causing the golden glow around her body to condense into her palm, which then turned into a continuous energy beam that shot towards Roger. Roger subconsciously raised his arm to block, but he didn't manage to hold on for long before he was sent flying by Carol's energy beam, crashing into the ground not too far away. Bang! Roger instinctively let out a muffled groan from the pain. I'll say it one more time. Get the hell out of Earth right now. Carol, who had casually dealt with Roger, glared at Ronan and another Cray and spoke loudly. Carol. The other Cray called out softly. Carol was stunned when she heard the other party call out her name, then asked in confusion, Do I know you? What's wrong with you? Energy display. It's a Cray. The Cray stepped forward and spoke with a tone full of surprise. Ross. Carol called out in uncertainty, then flew down and landed in front of the Cray she called Ross. Ross was his Cray's name, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Carol was affected by his energy, which caused her to awaken her current abilities and become Ms. Marvel. In other words, he was the one who created the current Carol, and in the future, he would even leave the Carey Empire. He stayed on Earth and became a superhero as Captain Marvel, helping the Avengers and ordinary people fight against evil and protecting the peace of Earth, America. What are you doing here? Said the Avenger. You will do your best to assist us. Is this how you help us? Attack us? Carlo's tone contained irrepressible anger and disappointment as he questioned repeatedly. Bang! However, before Ross could answer, Luo Nan was unable to continue watching from the side. He immediately raised his staff and heavily stamped it on the ground, making a muffled sound. He said faintly, Enough. Then he raised a long sledgehammer in his hand and pointed it at Carlo. In an instant, the metal surface of the hammer glowed with a green energy radiance, and an energy beam similar to the one Carol had used to send Roger flying shot towards her. Carlo was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The attack missed and hit the ground, creating a semicircular crater with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Sky Sword, take them down. Carlo, who had flown back into the air, shouted angrily. Then, an endless stream of energy beams flew out from the hands of the surrounding steel robots that had received orders. They shot towards Luo Nan and Ross like rain. Luo Nan stood motionless in place, allowing the steel robots to attack him. But what made people helpless was that no matter how the surrounding steel robots attacked, they were unable to leave a single mark on Luo Nan's body. Luo Nan remained the same as before. However, passively taking a beating was clearly not the style of the controller, Luo Nan. Therefore, he heavily stamped the hammer in his hand on the ground again, and an energy shock wave quickly spread out from his staff. In an instant, it covered an area of dozens of meters around him. And in this area covered by the energy shock wave, the steel robots belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Sword Unit that were flying in the air seemed to have received strong electromagnetic interference. Blue sparks that could be seen with the naked eye leaped out from the surface of their bodies, causing them to fall to the ground one by one uncontrollably. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, although Carlo was also attacked by the energy shockwave, she was not affected too much because of the protection of the glow energy formed by cosmic energy. She was still flying in the air intact. Carlo, who had endured the attack, turned her head to look at her subordinates, who had completely lost their fighting strength. She frowned and rushed towards Luo Nan again. "Carlo, don't." Ross hurriedly stopped her. But at this time, Carol, who was completely disappointed in Ross, didn't even pay attention to him. He continued to fly towards Luo Nan without slowing down. However, the latter just casually stretched out his arm and easily captured Carlo in his hand. Then, he turned around and used Carlo's inertia and his own arm's strength to heavily smash her to the ground. Bang! In the midst of the smoke and dust, a human-shaped crater immediately appeared under Carlo. Ugh! Carlo instinctively let out a muffled groan under the pain. But more than that, she felt dizzy. The sound she heard was distorted. Clearly, she had been thrown to the ground. Luo Nan, on the other hand, was unforgiving. He swung his hammer again and shot a powerful energy beam at Carlo. Fortunately, the Calorians were still able to react even though they had been thrown to the ground. The instant they sensed danger, they instinctively formed a radiant barrier of cosmic energy around their bodies, blocking the attack. They were locked in a deadlock with Ronan, who was still shooting out energy attacks nonstop. In the deadlock, two deep grooves appeared under Carlo's feet as she slid backwards. But then, Carlo's body came to a stop. She clenched her teeth and walked towards Luo Nan step by step with a somewhat sinister expression on her face. Seeing that Carlo still dared to resist, Luo Nan stopped the energy shock waves on his hammer. Then, like an ordinary laborer, he smashed his hammer towards Carlo's head. In an instant, the green glow of energy on the hammer surged and smashed towards Carlo along with the hammer. Faced with the attack, Carlo instinctively raised her arms to block in front of her head. Bang! Under the enormous force, Carlo, who was already struggling, was immediately smashed to the ground. Her eyes closed, and she fainted. Seeing this, Ross's mouth opened slightly. He looked at the unconscious Carlo with a face full of sorrow. He was unable to say anything. Could it be that the Superman from Earth that left such a deep impression on you only has this much ability? Luo Nan, who could be said to have easily dealt with Ms. Marvel, spoke with a voice full of contempt. Ross opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. Their informant should have sent a stronger warrior. Luo Nan, who didn't expect Ross to answer, turned around and spoke indifferently as he walked towards the small aircraft. A moment later, Luo Nan returned to the hover platform he used to descend from the aircraft. He tapped the surface of the platform lightly with the hammer in his hand. The hover platform under his feet immediately floated up and flew into the distance at lightning speed. Then Roger and Ross, whose heart was filled with complex emotions, returned to the small aircraft. They drove the small aircraft to chase after Luo Nan into the distance. With a normal flying speed comparable to a fighter jet, it didn't take long for Luo Nan and the small aircraft behind him to fly over half of the United States. They crossed the sea and arrived within the borders of New York State. They passed through layers upon layers of city buildings and finally stopped at the plaza in front of the United Nations headquarters, which was filled with flags of various countries. His flashy actions and his appearance that was different from that of the humans of Earth naturally attracted a group of ordinary people. There were also people who were curious to watch the show. They followed his figure to the front of the United Nations headquarters and looked at the tall Luo Nan. Humans of Earth, you have a choice. You can either surrender and join the Carey Empire, or you can prepare to die. Luo Nan stood on the circular platform and floated in midair. He looked down at the increasing number of Earthlings gathered below him. Although his voice was soft, it could be heard by everyone present with a clear and deep voice. Not long after, his words were uploaded to the satellite with the help of the equipment of the news media that had rushed over. They spread throughout the United States and even the entire world who were watching TV at this time. Naturally, Seito was also within this viewing group. TSK, how long has it been? It hasn't even been half a year, and this is already the third alien invasion. Seito couldn't help but speechlessly shake his head as he looked at the tall Luo Nan on the screen. But since he's already delivered himself to my door, there's naturally no reason to not eat him. This kind of big character is hard to come by. I can't just miss it. Having said that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the plaza in front of the United Nations headquarters. He looked down at the silent Luo Nan below him. It was unknown whether it was because Luo Nan felt Sei Ito's gaze, or because Luo Nan himself felt the spatial anomaly caused by Sei Ito's appearance. At this time, Luo Nan suddenly raised his head and looked at Sei Ito in the sky. At the same time, the sharp-witted news reporters also aimed their shoulder-mounted cameras at Sei Ito, who appeared in the sky. Then, huge cheers suddenly sounded from the surrounding crowd. Obviously, as a superhero who had been in the limelight several times, Sei Ito's image was still very deep in people's hearts. Chapter 2185. P.S. Thanks to Only Know How to Bully I'm Honest, and Loaded into the Sky for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Freedom Lunatic for his tip. Are you the leader of this planet? Luo Nan, who didn't know much about Earth's culture, asked when he heard the cheers of the Earthlings below. That depends on the situation. Sei Ito shrugged. Surrender your planet to the Carey Empire, and I'll spare your life. Luo Nan said sternly, ignoring Sei Ito's unspoken words. Unfortunately, I don't have that right. Besides, it's not certain who will let who go. Sei Ito laughed strangely. Do you want to challenge me? Luo Nan asked back. You can interpret it that way. Sei Ito laughed. I hope you won't regret it. Luo Nan said calmly. Then he raised the warhammer in his hand and shot an energy beam at Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't dodge. He extended his arm forward and opened a telekinetic barrier in front of him to welcome Luo Nan's energy beam. Then a muffled bang was heard. It was like being hit by a truck. Sei Ito's body couldn't help but slide back a short distance under the impact of the energy beam. Should I say that he's worthy of being called the most knowledgeable character in the Marvel Universe? Sure enough, he's full of strength, and his nature is disgusting. Sei Ito muttered to himself as he felt the changes in the telekinetic barrier in front of his palm. Luo Nan had a few abilities: superhuman strength, superhuman endurance, superhuman speed, and superhuman reflexes. And the exoskeleton armor that covered his entire body could strengthen these abilities. It made his abilities reach an even more exaggerated level. Other than that, the equipment on the armor could also create an invisible energy force field around him, so that he was always in a state of being protected by the force field. This was the main reason why he wasn't injured at all when he was attacked by the Sky Sword troops. It was the same with the gloves. There was a small device that could cause some life forms to enter a state of suspended animation. Then there was the hammer in his hand. Its official name was Omnipotent Weapon. This weapon could control the energy of the universe and perform a variety of functions according to the user's will. For example, it could disintegrate and reassemble matter, deform objects, launch energy shockwaves, absorb energy, control gravity, create force fields, create time-shift domain, and teleport through hyperspace. It was very powerful. However, what really disgusted Sei Ito was the ability to control cosmic energy. As a cosmic energy that was only 1 or 2 levels lower in nature than world energy, it had reached the point where it could ignore the difference in levels and cause damage to Sei Ito. As for the various functions that came with it, Sei, who was an all-rounder, might not have all kinds of corresponding defensive means, but he still had the most basic defensive restraining ability, so he didn't think it was anything special. And judging from the changes produced by the psychokinetic barrier, it was very clear that Luo Nan's every attack contained an abundance of cosmic energy. Then Sei Ito swung his arm forcefully. The energy beam that was continuously attacking him was knocked to the side. Boom! Having lost its obstruction, the energy beam instantly shot into a nearby building, creating a huge explosion on the surface of the building. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to the building. His body moved, and he flew in front of Luo Nan. His left arm quickly grabbed horizontally. Sharp rays of light shot out from his fingertips. They swept towards Luo Nan's chest like 5 cold blades. Luo Nan, who was confident in the defense of his armor, didn't resist. He swung the hammer in his hand. It smashed down towards Sei Ito's head. The hammer whistled through the air and smashed down with mountain-like oppressive force. However, the moment before the hammer was about to smash Sei Ito's head, 5 slender cracks abruptly appeared on Ronin's chest armor with a cracking sound. Luonan's body couldn't help but take 2 steps back from the impact of the claw marks. At the same time, Sei Ito, who was in midair, stepped back as if he was standing on solid ground. He dodged Luonan's hammer strike by a hair's breadth. Then Sei Ito, who was unforgiving, clasped his hands together and raised them high above his head like a hammer. He swung them down toward Luonan, who was still in midair. Sei Ito's arms danced, and a blurry air hammer that could be seen with the naked eye immediately appeared in the sky. It smashed fiercely toward Luonan. Bang! Even though Luonan used his hammer to block, the terrifying force that suddenly erupted from the air caused Luonan's body to sink. His body fell to the ground like a meteor. Whoosh! Boom! A huge cloud of dust immediately spread out from the ground, faintly enveloping Luonan within. Protect Sir Luonan. The Carey Empire soldiers on the side saw this and quickly shouted. In the next moment, the Carey Empire soldiers moved together and attacked Sei Ito with the energy weapons in their hands. It seems that I came at the right time. Just when Sei Ito was about to take down the Carey Empire soldiers with one hand, Iron Man Tony's frivolous voice suddenly rang in Sei Ito's ear. Then, the red and gold figure quickly flew down and shot out a blue repulsive energy from the palm of his hand, blasting toward the Carey Empire soldiers who were attacking. Then, a small shuttle with a large A letter printed on the surface appeared and landed on the side. Hulk and Captain America walked out from it. The 2 people who just walked out of the spaceship didn't hesitate and immediately joined the battle against the Carey Empire soldiers, just like Iron Man, huh? Hulk's big foot stepped and cracked the ground. A powerful force was transmitted to the feet of the Carey Empire soldiers, sending them flying to the ground. Whoosh! Captain America swung his arm and threw out his vibranium shield. The shield hit a Kree soldier in the chest and sent him flying. Captain America quickly ran forward and grabbed the shield that bounced back into his hand. He then rolled to the front of the Kree soldiers and blocked their attacks with his shield while he continued to approach the Kree soldiers. Captain America quickly ran forward and grabbed the shield that bounced back into his hand. He then rolled to the front of the Kree soldiers and blocked their attacks with his shield while he continued to approach the Kree soldiers. Hua! Of course, the members of the Avengers were not the only ones who came here to stop Luonan and the Carey Empire soldiers. At this time, a red shadow flashed, and a Carey Empire soldier was immediately pushed to the side by the red shadow. He crashed into the glass of the building and disappeared into the building. And Sei Ito's eyesight was not difficult to see who the red shadow was. It was the amazing lady he had yet to meet, Carol. But at this moment, with a slight buzzing sound, a thick green energy beam flew out of the smoke and dispersed the smoke. It flew straight towards Ito Sei, who was in the middle of the air and had his role stolen by Zhang Ruochen. Ito Sei, who was facing an attack in vain, didn't panic. His figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared from the front of the energy beam. He appeared above Luonan, who was exposed once again. Ito Sei lifted his right foot high, and an axe chopped fiercely at the center of Luonan's head. Bang! Under the concentrated power of the enormous force, Luonan's body, which had just stood up not long ago, was nailed to the ground like a piece of wood. His pair of calves sank deep into the ground. But that was it. Under the protection of the armor's energy field and the super alloy made of unknown materials, even if, say, Ito's attack contained a shocking amount of power, it still did not really affect Luonan's body. Other than making him feel uncomfortable, it did not cause any real damage to him. TSK, I kind of miss the celestial clouds, Sei Ito said to himself as he felt the strong repulsive force transmitted from his feet. At this time, Luonan's figure also flashed and suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito. He swung his fist at Sei Ito. Although he was a bit distracted, his perception of the outside world did not weaken. Therefore, when Luo Nan's attack was launched, Sei Ito's figure also flashed quickly and appeared behind Luo Nan. Lightning flashed in his hand, and he bombarded Luo Nan's body with a boom. In an instant, Luo Nan only felt his body tremble, and he tumbled forward. Ito-Sei, who had gained the upper hand, was unforgiving. His right hand clenched in the air, and the ground of the entire plaza suddenly shook. Then a huge palm, like that of a titan, broke free from the ground. It seemed to be holding something as it grabbed the tumbling Luo Nan in the palm of its hand. "No!" The future Captain Marvel Ross shouted loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the huge palm suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of stones that shot out in all directions. Luo Nan's body flickered with a dark green color, and he reappeared in the plaza. But in the next second, Ms. Marvel's figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Nan and sent him flying with another attack. Seeing that there was an opportunity, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately swung his hand, and a gray, chaotic thunderbolt suddenly flew out from his hand and bombarded Luo Nan's body in an instant. Boom! Luo Nan's flying figure paused and heavily smashed into the ground. Bang! At this time, Ms. Marvel, Tony, Captain America, and Hulk, who had finished off the Carey soldiers, walked to the place where Luo Nan fell one after another and looked at Luo Nan. "Luo Nan, right? You want the Earthlings to surrender? Wake up. It's your turn now. Admit defeat." Ms. Marvel pointed at Luo Nan, who was struggling to get up from the ground with lightning flickering all over his body. "You really are an arrogant and powerless species. In view of this, you're not worthy of joining our empire," Luo Nan said in a deep voice. Then Luo Nan raised his hand and said to the communicator on his wrist, "Luo Nan, calling all Carey troops. I have made a judgment. Destroy all creatures on this planet." Almost at the next moment when his voice fell, a large number of Carey aircrafts, which are the same as the small flying devices on the scene, flew out for the Carey warships hovering in geosynchronous orbit. They passed through the atmosphere and flew into the sky above Earth. Chapter 2186. P.S. Thank you to Xian for your precious monthly votes. For a time, a large number of Carey Empire's aircraft appeared in the sky above various countries on Earth, and scrupulously launching indiscriminate attacks on the cities and people below. A scene similar to Kong the Conqueror once again appeared in the eyes of all the humans on Earth. However, they were different from Kong, who would accept surrender and stop destroying countries after they surrendered. This group of Kree people did not contact any countries on Earth at all. They acted with the intention of exterminating all of them. You see, this is the result of resistance. Captain Marvel Ross said to Ms. Marvel and others with regret and helplessness. "How could it be?" Ms. Marvel said in disbelief. "It seems that we seem to have caused a big trouble." Looking at the Carey aircraft flying in the sky, Tony also said with a headache, "Now it's your turn. Surrender, and I can consider letting you live." With the protection of many Carey aircraft, Luo Nan, whose morale suddenly increased a lot, said in a low voice, "Earthlings will never surrender." Captain America said righteously. But Sei Ito, who heard this, looked at him with an inexplicable gaze, which made Captain America frown. "Never," Ms. Marvel echoed. Although Tony didn't say anything, he basically tacitly agreed. As for Hulk, well, no one cared about his opinion, at least not at this time. Still so arrogant and rude. "Since you want to die now, I have no objection," Luo Nan said in a deep voice. His words fell. Without waiting for Tony to react, he directly swung the hammer in his hand. A powerful cosmic energy beam was shot out, instantly hitting the defenseless Tony and sending him flying. Bang! Seeing Luo Nan launch an attack, Ms. Marvel, Captain America, and Hulk didn't hesitate. They immediately attacked Luo Nan in their own way. But soon, they were sent flying by Luo Nan's powerful attack. Just like Iron Man Tony, they fell heavily on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Ito-sei waved his hand downwards, and an enormous bolt of lightning as thick as a human body immediately shot out from the enormous dark clouds in the sky where everyone had gathered to talk and fight. It directly bombarded Luo Nan's body below. Boom! Lightning exploded, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone present subconsciously closed their eyes. However, the lightning didn't stop after the strike. It was as if there was an evildoer below that deserved to be struck by lightning. Enormous lightning pillars that were as thick as the previous lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky one after another. They bombarded Luo Nan's body, which was illuminated by the glow of lightning. Boom! 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 The enormous energy and blazing high temperature contained within immediately melted the ground in the area where Luo Nan was located into scarlet magma. The magma sputtered in all directions along with the rumbling of thunder, and it let out a soft crackling sound when it came into contact with an object. Tony, if you have time, you should think about how to deal with those aliens in the sky. He controlled the lightning to bombard Luo Nan nonstop. Sei Ito, who had the intention of blowing him to pieces, said to Iron Man, who was standing up from the ground. Why me? Tony asked. Do you think there's a more suitable candidate than you? Sei Ito asked. You're not bad. Tony said. Sei Ito smiled slightly and didn't speak. Okay, I got it. Tony agreed helplessly. Then he turned to look at Captain America and Hulk and said, Captain, Hulk, please go to the city and help those ordinary people. Okay. Captain America agreed happily. Okay. Hulk was the same. Then Captain America and Hulk left the scene together and went to the city to help the ordinary people. But they didn't know why. Before leaving the scene, Captain America suddenly turned his head and looked deeply at Sei Ito. For this, Sei Ito, who had keen sixth senses, naturally felt it and glanced at him gently from the corner of his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. What should I do? Ms. Marvel asked. Stay here and watch them, or go with Captain to save them. It's up to you. Iron Man, who turned and walked into the parked carry aircraft, replied without looking back. Ms. Marvel first looked up at Sei Ito, who was controlling the lightning messenger cloud, and then turned to look at the carry soldiers who were all unconscious except for Captain Marvel, and whispered hesitantly, It should be okay. Carol, you have to stop him. At this moment, the only guy who was still awake at the scene said, Why? Carol said in an unfriendly tone, Because Ronan is the only hope for Earth. If he wins, maybe he will let Earth go, but if he dies, with Earth's current level of technology, it will be impossible to stop Carrie's army. It won't take long for all the humans on Earth to be slaughtered. I'm saving you. Captain Marvel said in a sincere tone. If you really understand us Earthlings, you should know that we will never submit to anyone, Carlos said in a deep voice. And the disappointment in his tone towards Captain Marvel became even stronger. After he finished speaking, he ignored Captain Marvel and turned to look at Sei Ito, who was controlling the lightning messenger to bombard Ronan. Then in the next moment, Sei Ito, who also felt that it was about time, stopped the lightning messenger's continuous bombardment with a thought. The lightning messenger dissipated, revealing the scene inside. An enormous crater with a diameter of approximately 3 meters and a depth of several dozen meters appeared on the ground where Luo Nan had originally stood. The red glow of the rocks flickered within, emitting streaks of blazing white smoke. Luo Nan's armor was incomparably scalding hot. It was as if he had returned to the furnace and had turned scarlet red. His surface was covered with blue lightning that had yet to dissipate. Luo Nan was like a statue of a submissive as he half knelt at the bottom of the crater. His head was lowered and he was motionless. It was impossible for people to clearly see whether he was dead or alive. As expected of an armor created by extraterrestrial technology, it's able to protect a person wearing a cosmic armor. Its melting point and hardness are really high. Sei Ito, who took in Ronan's figure, sighed softly. Then he reached out and grabbed downwards, and Ronan's body at the bottom of the pit flew up uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Ronan had risen to the same height as Sei-Ito. Then Sei-Ito's palm grabbed at the ground again, and a long whip formed completely from fine black iron sand suddenly shot up from the ground. It fell into Sei-Ito's palm on its own, as if it had a mind of its own. Then, under the control of Sei-Ito's thoughts, it gradually shortened and compressed until it finally formed a straight back blade that looked like a tang sword. Then Sei-Ito, who was holding the black iron sand blade, stepped into the air and arrived in front of Ronin. Under the gazes of Carol and Captain Marvel, he swung the blade at Ronin's armor, which had cooled down quite a bit. Ping! Sparks flew, and the pitch-black sand blade slightly deformed under the stalemate. Seeing this, the corner of Sei-Ito's mouth twitched slightly. With a thought, he poured thunder and lightning into the sand blade. Hum! In a split second, the entire surface of the sand blade trembled slightly, and intense sparks flew out from Ronin's armor. Then in the next moment, there was a crisp kacha sound, and a slender crack appeared on Ronin's armor in an instant. Seeing that the electromagnetic over-frequency vibration blade was successful, Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. He increased the vibration frequency of the sand blade and used even more strength to cut Ronin's armor. Under Sei-Ito's efforts and the cooperation of the unconscious Ronin, the breastplate buckle on Ronin's chest was smoothly cut off by Sei-Ito in about 5 minutes, revealing the dark blue skin unique to the Krei people. Let's see what other tricks you can play without this armor, Sei-Ito whispered to himself. Then with a thought, Ronin and the omnipotent weapon in his hand were still tightly clenched in the Rubik's Cube world. Then he turned around and slowly floated to the front of Captain Marvel Ross. "Where's Ronin?" Ms. Marvel asked. "I sent him to another space." Sei-Ito replied indifferently. "You can't do that. We need him to make these aliens leave Earth." Carol objected. "Unfortunately, you're done talking. I've already sent him away." Sei-Ito shrugged indifferently and said indifferently. Then he looked up at Captain Marvel and continued. "Captain Marvel, right? I need your help with something. Please cooperate." "What do you want?" Carol asked with a frown. "You'll know in a moment." Sei-Ito smiled. "Follow me." Then, without waiting for Carol and Captain Marvel's response, he took the lead and walked towards the Carey Empire's aircraft not far away. Carol frowned and walked into the Carey Empire's aircraft with Captain Marvel, who had no other choice. They saw Tony Stark, who was busy inside. "How's the situation?" Sei-Ito asked. "It's no good. The Carey Empire's technology and Kang's technology are not the same system at all, and their language is different from Earth's language. I have no way to decipher their system," Tony said with a dejected expression. "So I found a helper for you." Sei-Ito pointed at Captain Marvel. "Captain Marvel?" Tony called out. "Even if I help you, Earth won't be able to escape the Carey Empire's next attack. The moment Ronin was taken away by them, Earth lost all hope." Captain Marvel shook his head slightly. "That's our problem. Now you just need to cooperate with Tony and unlock the system so that Tony can hack into your spaceship system," Sei-Ito said indifferently. Chapter 2187. Although Captain Marvel did not know what Tony, or rather Sei-Ito, would do after hacking into the battleship system, he was indeed kind to Earth and its people. Captain Marvel did not refuse and helped Tony analyze the Carey system on the aircraft. At the same time, the Carey Empire's aircraft immediately flew over to check on the situation because of the absence of the previous chaotic lightning. 23 yen. Hashtag yen. Hashtag yen. Then, a bunch of alien language that Captain Marvel could not understand came out of the aircraft communication system. It was clearly the native language of the Carey people. "What did he say?" Sei-Ito asked. "He's calling the people on the aircraft and asking about our situation," Captain Marvel answered. "Tell them we're fine, and then start the aircraft to leave," Sei-Ito decided. Captain Marvel did not say anything. He turned around and pressed a light switch. Then, he lowered his head and replied in the Carey language. After dismissing the crane aircraft that was flying in the sky, Captain Marvel immediately started the aircraft again and flew it into the sky at high speed. "What do we do next?" Carlo asked. "That depends on Tony's progress," Seito answered without looking back. You're putting me under a lot of pressure, Tony continued. Pressure is motivation, right? Seito chuckled. But too much pressure can also crush people, Tony complained. I believe you. You're not someone who can be crushed so easily. Seito patted Tony's shoulder and smiled. Tony pursed his lips. Without saying anything else, he focused on hacking the carry system with Captain Marvel's help. Let's get to know each other. I'm Chun. Just then, Seito turned around and looked at Carlo. He extended his hand and introduced himself. I know you. I'm Ms. Marvel. Of course, you can also call me by my name, Carol. Carol reached out and politely shook Ito-sei's hand and said, Tony told you? Seito asked as he let go. What? Hearing someone call his name, Tony turned around instinctively and asked. Nothing, Seito answered casually. The latter shrugged slightly and turned his head to bury himself in cracking the Cray system. No, from somewhere else, Carlo said. Nice to meet you. You have time. I'll treat you to a meal. Seito, who did not care about the somewhere else that Carlo mentioned, shrugged and joked. If I have time too, Carlo answered. Then, the two of them stopped talking and turned their attention to Tony and Captain Marvel. Tony was indeed one of the world's top geniuses and top scientists. Jarvis was also one of the world's top artificial intelligence. With the cooperation of the two of them and Captain Marvel, it didn't take long for Tony to successfully crack the system of the aircraft they were on. Then, he hacked into the Crest battleship that was in geosynchronous orbit through him. All right, Tony said, unable to hide his excitement. What should we do next? Paralyze their system? Or launch an attack on our own army? This kind of aircraft should have a self-destruct system, right? Seito, who quietly moved behind Captain Marvel, said softly. Of course. What do you mean? As a smart person, Tony guessed what Seito meant almost as soon as he finished speaking. Yes, it's what you think. Through the battleship's main system. Except for the aircraft we're on, all the aircraft raging on Earth will start the self-destruct program. Seito said affirmatively. You can't do this. Although he was kind to Earth and the humans on Earth, in the end. Captain Marvel was also a Cray, so after hearing Ito-sei and Tony's decision, he was shocked. Without even thinking about it, he opened his mouth and objected. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. His consciousness quickly fell into darkness. Bang! His unconscious body fell onto the operating table. You're really fast, Tony said as he looked at Seito, who retracted his hand. Hurry up and do it. Every second you waste here may harm countless humans and lives on Earth, Seito said softly. You're right, Tony said solemnly. Then he immediately started the system and began the detonation operation. In a little more than a minute, Tony's relaxed words once again rang in Seito and Carol's ears. It's done. In 30 seconds, we can see countless fireworks blooming in the sky above Earth. Then he continued with some regret. It's a pity that Captain Marvel was knocked out by you. If I had his help, I could even remotely activate the battleship's self-destruct system and completely eliminate these invading carry people. In that case, let's hurry up and fly into space. After all, there's still a carry battleship there, Seito said. Okay, Tony agreed. Then he asked JARVIS to transfer the control authority of the aircraft to him. He manually controlled the aircraft to leave the sky and fly straight into space. Not long after Seito and the others' aircraft left, accompanied by a series of loud explosions, balls of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, turning the aircraft that were still raging on Earth into a large number of fragments. The fragments tumbled to the ground around them. About 2 minutes later, the aircraft that Ito-sei and the others were on left the Earth and flew into the universe. They flew towards the huge Carry Empire battleship at an even faster speed. #yen. #%. Then, at the same time, the Carry battleship that discovered the existence of the aircraft sent a communication message. What do we do now? Carol and Tony turned to look at Seito at the same time. Let's do it. We'll break through, Ito said calmly. I hope I won't die because of your decision, Tony said helplessly. 23 yen. Hashtag, another communication message came from the carry battleship. Although they still couldn't understand the meaning of the message, the stern tone was enough to let the three of them know that the carry people were suspicious. Sure enough, the next moment after this communication, a powerful energy beam blasted at the aircraft at high speed. Tony quickly twisted the control in his hand, and the aircraft immediately turned sideways, dodging the attack of the carry battleship by a hair's breadth. Then, Tony continued to do the same thing, dodging the next attack, and flew the aircraft to the front of the carry battleship. JARVIS. Activate the authentication code on the aircraft and send out the energy frequency. At this time, Tony suddenly opened his mouth and ordered, Yes, sir. The next moment, there was a slight light in front of the aircraft, and a small gap that was just big enough for an aircraft to pass through suddenly appeared on the energy shield that enveloped the entire Crete battleship in a ripple of water. After that, Tony didn't hesitate. He immediately controlled the aircraft to pass through the gap and arrived in front of the Carry Empire's warship. It depends on your taste. Ito looked at Tony and smiled. Don't say it like I'm a robber who wants to rob someone, Tony said helplessly. However, Tony's actions did not hesitate at all. After determining a landing site, he immediately controlled the aircraft to shoot out powerful energy beams, continuously bombarding the armor of the carry battleship. Boom! About half a minute later, a huge gap appeared in front of Ito and the other two. Tony, who was driving the aircraft, moved his arm and controlled the aircraft to fly into the gap, and finally stopped on the floor inside. Almost the next moment after they parked the aircraft, an energy shield appeared out of thin air at the breach of the battleship, isolating the inside from the outside. Gee! Then the hatch of the aircraft opened, and the figure of Iron Man walked out of it. No problem, the air here can be breathed. After a while, Tony turned his head and said to the two people in the aircraft, Of course, even if he didn't say it, it would be no problem for, Ito and Ms. Marvel, two guys who can fly in space with their physical bodies. Then Ito and Carol also walked out of the aircraft one after another. Where is Captain Marvel? Looking at the two empty-handed, Tony asked. I temporarily locked her in another space. Ito explained. In this regard, Tony didn't ask and nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head, looked at the direction of the passage that appeared in front of him, and said, Decide, left or right? Left. Carol and Ito said in unison. It seems that on some issues, we still have some common ground. Ito turned his head and looked at Carol, who had made the same choice as himself. Indeed, Carol agreed. Okay, then the left. Tony agreed. Then the three of them stepped forward and walked toward the left passage together. But before they could walk far, a large number of carry soldiers suddenly appeared in front of them, with energy weapons in their hands, and attacked Ito and the other two. Ito and the other two did not show any weakness and immediately resisted in their own way. Under the powerful attacks of the three of them, or rather Carol and Ito the Kree troops that were called over to intercept them were all knocked unconscious in an instant. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. After finishing off this group of carry soldiers, Ito and the other two did not hesitate and continued to walk along the passage into the depths of the battleship. Along the way, they naturally encountered a lot of interceptors, but under the powerful attacks of the three of them, they all followed the footsteps of the last batch of soldiers and fainted in the passage. In this way, under the almost crushing momentum, the three of them smoothly arrived at the bridge of the Carry Empire battleship. Chapter 2188. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly vote. The battle ended quickly. In less than half a minute, all the carry people in the bridge were completely suppressed. Agent Brenda, this is Ms. Marvel. Please answer if you hear me. Carol, who had completed the suppression work, pressed the small communicator in her ear and sent a message. During this process, Say Ito and Tony walked to the control panel of the battleship system. Say Ito flipped his hand and took out a book of the elves with top-notch intelligence. What is this? Tony, whose face mask was lifted, was puzzled. A tool that can be used to record the data in this battleship. Say Ito, who put the book of the elves on the control panel, explained, then turned to Tony and continued. Help me. Use the port that Captain Marvel opened for you to help me open a back door on the carry battleship system. Sure, Tony said casually. Then, he strode forward to the control panel and began to operate it. It didn't take long for Tony to settle the system. It's done, Tony said. Say Ito nodded, activated the Book of the Elves, and began to steal the data buried in the entire carry battleship system. What are you doing? At this time, Carol, who had finished communicating with Agent Brenda on the ground, came over and asked. Exploring the battleship's database, Say Ito replied in a low voice. What are you trying to do? Carlo asked cautiously. Of course, I'm going to prepare a copy and take it back for research. Say Ito glanced at Carol as if he was an idiot and replied. You can't do this. Carol quickly stepped forward and reached for the Book of the Elves. What's wrong? Tony was puzzled. He didn't seem to be doing anything now. In fact, secretly, Tony and Say Ito were the same. They were also using Jarvis to prepare the system data on the carry battleship, and were going to take it back for research after this matter was over. After all, he was a top scientist. The temptation to crack alien technology and find what he needs and inspiration from it is so great that he can't refuse it at all. If Damocles hadn't been taken away by Say Ito last time, he really wanted to find a chance to invade S.H.I.E.L.D. and take a good look at the information stored in the Damocles system. From now on, this spaceship belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. You have no right to carry out any purposeful spying on this spaceship. Otherwise, I have the right to stop your actions, Carol said sternly. Come on. Carol, don't forget, this spaceship was shot down by the three of us. Before it is officially received by S.H.I.E.L.D., it is first of all our spoils, and we have the right to do anything to it. Tony stated in an exaggerated tone. Right, Shun? Tony asked Say Ito, who had done the same thing before. Not bad. Say Ito nodded and confirmed. We are not S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. We have no obligation to listen to their orders. See, Tony, who had found an accomplice, said proudly. So, for the sake of our friendship. Carol, just turn a blind eye. On one side was S.H.I.E.L.D., which he worked for, and on the other side was Tony, a superhero whom he recognized. Caught in the middle, Carol, who really didn't know what to do, looked at the two with a conflicted expression. It could be said that they were spying on national secrets. He couldn't say anything. Don't worry, we're just doing our own research. Other than us, no one else will get the data of this spaceship. So, it's still top secret to the outside world. Tony, who seemed to know Carol's concerns, said again. Okay, I didn't see it. I don't know anything. Carol, who seemed to have hypnotized himself, turned around and said, Thanks, Carol. Tony thanked him with a smile. Thanks, Say Ito agreed. Then, the two stopped talking and sped up to copy the data and information in the carry battleship. I'll go take a look elsewhere. Carol, who was going to say out of sight, out of mind, opened his mouth and said, without waiting for the two to answer, he stepped out of the bridge and disappeared into the metal tunnel in a short while. You've heard about the Superhuman Registration Act, right? After a moment of silence, Tony, who felt bored standing there like a fool, suddenly turned his head and asked Say Ito. Yeah. Say Ito nodded and admitted. What do you think of it? Tony asked with a hidden meaning. What else can I think of it? It's just boring stuff. I really don't know what the upper echelons of the UA government are thinking to introduce this bill. Aren't they afraid of causing chaos? Say Ito said sarcastically. So, you won't accept the registration? Tony said with an inexplicable expression. I'm not a citizen of the UA. I don't have to accept the legal stripes established by it. Say Ito curled his lips. What? Are you going to accept it? Then, Say Ito raised his eyebrows and asked back when he saw Tony's complicated expression. I'm not like you. I'm alone. I have Stark Industries in my hands. They're a large group of people who need to rely on me for food, so I can't object at all. Tony sighed helplessly. Seito didn't say anything. He just reached out and patted Tony's shoulder sympathetically. What about the people in the Avengers? Seito then retracted his hand and asked again. I haven't told them yet, but I don't think anyone other than Captain America will accept it. Tony shook his head slightly. But Seito, who knows the general development of the Marvel world, knows that Captain America, whom Tony had placed his hopes on, didn't agree at all. Instead, he left the Avengers and formed another team to fight against the government. This triggered the largest civil war and melee among the entire superhero community, and several superheroes died as a result. Of course, this refers to the real Captain America. As for the current Captain America, Seito doesn't know what he's thinking. Who knows that it's to weaken the strength of superheroes? What the F***ck will he do? Then the two changed the topic and talked about something else. Then, about 10 minutes later, a group of shuttles with the words S-H-I-E-L-D printed on the side of the fuselage appeared in the universe and flew quickly towards the Carey Empire battleship. They're here. How's it going on your side? Seito turned to look at Tony Stark and asked. It's almost done. What about you? Tony asked. I've finished copying. Seito picked up the elven book that was faintly glowing on the instrument and put it away. That elven book of yours is really good. How about you lend it to me for 2 days to study? Tony said as he looked at Seito's empty palm. Do you know magic? Seito asked with a smile. No, what's wrong? Tony said with some confusion. Then there's no other way. The elven book is a product of the combination of technology and magic. Since you don't know magic, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to understand how it works. What's more, its production system is completely different from current technology, so it's better to wait until you can reach Kang's level. Seito said with a smile. Kang. Is it that exaggerated? Tony asked in disbelief. It's that exaggerated. Seito nodded to confirm. Then he turned his head and looked at the bridge in front of him with regret. It's a pity that this ship has to be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, I really want to take it back and disassemble it for research. Come on, you already have a Damocles. If you take the ship away this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely not tolerate you. They will definitely want to kill you. To remove your potential threat to the United States, Tony said in a bad mood. Do you think that the higher-ups of the U.S. government don't want to kill me now? Seito asked with a half-smile. Okay, I didn't say that. Tony was speechless. As Seito said, if there was a chance, the U.S. government would definitely not mind erasing a high-risk person like him from the face of the earth. Even if they used a nuclear bomb, I'll leave the wrangling with S.H.I.E.L.D. to you. I'm leaving. Seito looked at Tony and smiled. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Tony to respond. He directly left the Carey Empire spaceship in a flash and used his space ability to return to Earth. He appeared in Emma's apartment in New York City, United States. Then his figure flashed again and entered the Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in front of the imprisoned Captain Marvel. Seito, who was standing next to Captain Marvel, stretched out his hand and shot a clear light into Captain Marvel's body. Captain Marvel's eyelids immediately moved slightly, and he woke up from his unconscious state. Where is this? Captain Marvel, who woke up, sat up and looked at the metal walls and energy shield doors around him and asked, A special prison specially used to hold valuable criminals like you. Seito said casually. But that's not all. At least this is a prison. It's just a special prison used to hold those who have committed crimes. And the location is in the Rubik's Cube world, not Marvel World's Earth, as Captain Marvel subconsciously meant. I've already convinced the Supreme Intelligence that Earth is just a harmless planet with some special existences that can be used for research and observation, but your actions have ruined everything. Next, Chris will definitely use all his strength to deal with you. Earth won't be able to stop Chris's attack at all. Earth is finished. Captain Marvel sighed softly. I know. That's why we need your help. Seito said hypocritically. I can't help you with anything. Captain Marvel shook his head slightly. No, you can. Seito denied. The knowledge you have can help us improve our technological level and let me grow faster and have the hope of fighting Carey. With that said, Ito flipped his palm, and an elven book with an intermediate intelligence program appeared in his hand. He stuffed it into the energy shield in front of him and handed it to Captain Marvel in the cell. This is the elven book, equivalent to a miniature supercomputer. There is an intermediate intelligence program as the core. You can use it to record the knowledge you have in your mind. Ito continued, even if I help you, what can you do? Carrie's strength is hundreds of galaxies, and you only have one Earth. You still can't resist Carrie's attack. Captain Marvel didn't immediately take the elven book, but looked up at Ito, standing outside the shield door, and said, "That's why you don't understand Earth. Maybe we are not as good as Carrie in terms of technology, but in other aspects, we are very strong, and even Carrie can't compare to us. But you don't need to care about this. You just need to state all the knowledge you have in your mind." Ito said lightly. Then, Ito thought again and changed an instrument similar to a recliner to his side. Of course, if you think it's too troublesome to speak orally, you can also use this brainwave imager to transmit the memories in your mind directly through brainwave transmission. Ito said as he sent the brainwave imager into Captain Marvel's cell. If there is anything else you need, just tell the elven book. It will contact the outside world and give you what you need. After that, Ito ignored Captain Marvel, turned around, left the cell, and used his power to return to the city. After resting for a day, he returned to the outside world of Marvel World. A few days later, a piece of shocking news was passed into Ito's ears through a special channel. Tony Stark officially accepted the invitation of the U.S. government to become the new Secretary of Defense and concurrently served as the new commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Department of the United States Homeland, and then the former acting commander Maria Hill led S.H.I.E.L.D. Not long after that, the news of the disbanding of the Avengers also spread. Then, Captain America stood up as in the original story and expressed his disagreement with Tony Stark's choice. He believed that the government had no right to restrict heroes who were doing justice by laws and regulations. He became the representative of the so-called liberals, and a large number of superheroes who opposed the Superhuman Registration Act began to unite around him. Tony Stark also used money, power, and other temptations to recruit a group of superheroes who were greedy for power. They gathered around him and formed a new team. According to the official requirements, they began to capture the opponents led by Captain America. Then that night, Ito received a call from Tony Stark, whom he had not received in a long time. "What should I call you? Mr. Secretary of Defense, Commander Stark, or Iron Man?" Ito put his arm around Emma's waist and leisurely enjoyed her service while teasing the phone with a smile. "Stop joking, Chun. Just call me Tony like before." Chapter 2189. "All right then, Tony. Why did you call me today?" Ito slightly restrained the expression on his face and said in a low voice, "Do you remember the topic we talked about on the Carrie battleship?" Tony did not answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. "We talked about a lot of things. Which one are you referring to?" Ito pretended not to know. "Are you asking the obvious?" "Fine, I'll pretend that you don't know. It's about the Superhuman Registration Act," Tony said helplessly. "Oh, that. I remember now. Why?" Ito asked, raising his eyebrows. He had already guessed Tony's meaning. "How about joining my side?" Tony asked. "Become your dog?" Ito sneered. "How can you say that? You've hurt me." "Chun, we're friends," Tony said exaggeratedly. "Really?" Ito asked. "Yes," Tony confirmed. Then, he continued, "How about it? Come and help me, friend." "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the government and becoming a civil servant," Ito said calmly. "Is this your decision?" Hearing Ito's answer, Tony immediately fell silent on the phone. It was not until 5 or 6 seconds later that he confirmed in a soft tone. "Yes," Ito confirmed. "Chun, I thought we were friends." Tony's voice was filled with regret. "We used to be friends," Ito said softly. "All right then. Let's go out for a drink when we have time," Tony said calmly after a pause. However, it did not matter to Ito. Even Tony himself knew that this was basically impossible. Or rather, It was impossible before they ended this conflict. Okay, say Ito agreed. Then, the two hung up at the same time. After putting down the phone, Tony silently looked at the character information on the virtual screen that popped up before the meeting. Then, he made up his mind. He pressed the internal communication button and ordered the unknown person on the other end. Activate the Sentinel program. Yes, it's a pity that you didn't grab hold of the last chance. Tony stood up from the chair after retracting his arm and turned to walk to the large window behind him. He looked out at the brightly lit city and softly muttered to himself. Several days later, it was still nighttime. Boom! Two huge metal robots, more than 10 meters tall, broke through the wall and rushed into Emma's apartment. Bricks and stones shattered and fell. A great cloud of dust was raised. Emma and Sei Ito, who were sleeping peacefully on the bed, were startled and immediately jumped out of bed. Mutant detected. Lock on and begin a race procedure. The electronic eyes in the metal heads of the two metal robots turned slightly and finally landed on White Queen Emma, who was only wrapped in a sheet. They spoke in a mechanical electronic voice. It's a Sentinel robot. Emma's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately used the ability he gained after his second mutation to turn himself into a Diamond Man. The moment she completed her transformation, the two Sentinel robots fired a large number of metal bullets. The dense sound of guns turning immediately rang throughout the room. Have they reached this level of viciousness? Sei Ito whispered to himself as he saw the two Sentinel robots being so unscrupulous. With a thought, all of the metal bullets flying towards Emma immediately came to a stop. Then, with another thought, they shot towards a Sentinel robot at an even faster speed than when they had come. Ding ding dang dang, but it was obvious. The metal used to build the Sentinel robots was a special alloy. It was completely unafraid of bullets. Sparks flew from the side. It deflected all the bullets that were shot back. The Sentinel robots that were accidentally attacked turned their heads and locked their electronic eyes on Sei Ito. Searching. Target has no X gene reaction. Determined to be an ordinary human. Classified under protection. Cannot attack. Probing again. Confirm that target has no X gene reaction. Determined to be an ordinary human. Classified under protection. Cannot attack. The Sentinel robot said mechanically with its electronic voice. Emma, who heard the Sentinel robot's electronic voice, was stunned. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Sei Ito. She really didn't think that the guy with such powerful ability was not a mutant, but an ordinary human. But as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, Emma already knew that there were all kinds of strange things in this world. She didn't think too much about it. Moreover, this wasn't the time for her to think too much. She quickly came back to her senses and carefully looked at the Sentinel robots in front of her. Because right now, only these two guys were her real enemies. But before she could do anything, Sei Ito suddenly raised his hand and threw out a purple-green flame that landed on the two Sentinel robots. Then, like a hot flame that met oil, there was a whoosh sound as the purple-green Tusita fire immediately exploded and enveloped the two Sentinel robots. The Sentinel robots that were caught in the fire released even more mutant energy to cool themselves down. But under the purple-green Tusita fire that was known to burn everything, it had no effect at all. In the end, they could only melt under the burning of the purple-green Tusita fire into a ball of crimson metal soup and gradually turned into nothingness. At this time, Emma, who saw that the crisis had been resolved, changed back into her human form. Looks like it's no longer safe here. Pack up. We're leaving. With a wave of his hand, Sei Ito withdrew the purple-green Tusita fire that was still burning around them. He turned his head to look at Emma and said, "Okay." Emma nodded in agreement. Then she hurriedly threw away the sheet in her hand, revealing her naked body. She walked to the side and took out a clean set of clothes from the undamaged wardrobe and changed into them. Then she tidied up a little and returned to Sei Ito's side. "It's done." Sei Ito nodded and reached out to hug Emma's body. He activated Blink and instantly disappeared from the room. In the next moment, Seito and Emma's figures suddenly appeared in the secret underground room of the Hellfire Club. But what they saw was no longer the originally splendid house with golden walls. Instead, it was a dilapidated place like Emma's villa, filled with dilapidated walls and black burn marks. A smoky smell of things that had been burned to ashes immediately rushed into their noses. Ruthless enough to even dare to destroy the Hellfire Club. Seito sneered as he looked at the dilapidated environment around him. "What do we do now?" Emma asked. "Go to the safety island," Seito said in a low voice. With that said, Seito's mind moved again and disappeared with Emma. However, when they reappeared, what they saw was still a scene of devastation. The entire safety island was full of burn marks from the bombardment of large weapons. Buildings had collapsed, trees had been burned, and there was no place for people to stay on the island. This, Seito made an inexplicable sound. As the behind-the-scenes person of the Hydra organization, he didn't even get any news of the attack on the safety island. He didn't even know where Viper's woman was now. He was really useless as the behind-the-scenes person of the Hydra organization. "It seems that I need to move a little," Seito whispered to himself. Then, with a thought, he sent the White Queen Emma into the magic cube world and handed it over to his shadow clone who was idle inside. Then he unfolded his hyperspace perception and searched for Viper's whereabouts. The reason why he used this method to search was that when he was having sex with Viper, in order to prevent her from defecting, Seito deliberately left a rune mark unique to the Flying Thunder God technique in her body. So as long as she is still on Earth, even if she is hiding in the North and South Poles, Seito can find her hiding place in the first place. And could it be that she is not on Earth? After searching for a while, Seito, who still couldn't sense the whereabouts of Viper, frowned in thought. Or, with the help of the evil god Thon, she cracked the mark I left on her. That's right, it's Thon. In addition to Scarlet Witch, who was chosen by him, Viper and even Spider-Woman have intersected with this evil god, and it is because of him that Viper and Spider-Woman became enemies. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, Seito doesn't think the latter is very likely. Not to mention that Viper has already defected from Thon's men, but with the situation here in the safety island, at a glance, it is obvious that it has been attacked by a large weapon, not by magic bombardment. What's more, if it was really Thon who did it, there is no need to destroy the safety island at all. He could just grab Viper directly across space, and there is absolutely no way for her to escape. Therefore, Seito guessed that Viper was captured by a certain organization and locked up. And with this ability, Seito can't think of a second person besides S.H.I.E.L.D. For example, the Skulu tribe, who is now playing a secret invasion. Although they also have this ability for them, it is better to become Viper and control the Hydra organization than to destroy the Hydra organization. So they directly ruled out the possibility that it was them who did it. Of course, another possibility is also ruled out. For example, in order to get rid of Seito's restraint and become the leader of the Hydra organization, Viper directed and acted out an attack, and then used other black technology that Seito didn't expect to block the rune mark he left on her. It is not impossible for her to gain freedom. After all, in the Marvel world, the last thing that is lacking is all kinds of black technology, as well as terrifying scientists who can easily destroy planets and destroy the universe. Chapter 2190. The only one I can find now seems to be the Black Queen Serene. Seito thought to himself. After thinking about it, Seito did not hesitate and immediately released hyperspace perception to search for traces of the Black Queen Serene. However, the result was the same as Viper's. He searched the entire Earth space and found no trace of her. However, Seito was not surprised by this result. After all, Serene could be said to be the oldest mutant on Earth. She was proficient in magic and possessed a wealth of power. It was not surprising that she could detect the rune mark he left in her body and remove it without alarming him. If she couldn't do it, Seito would be surprised. After all, in the original work, Serene even completed the task of becoming a god. Although in the end, because someone she loved stabbed her, it didn't take long for her to disappear. Tisuke. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and left the island. The next moment, he appeared at the top of the Empire State Building in New York City. With a night breeze, he overlooked most of the brightly lit downtown New York. However, his good mood did not last long. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a sharp sound, a black shadow that was far faster than the speed of sound suddenly flew in front of Sei Ito. Both fists punched directly and slammed heavily on Sei Ito's arms. Boom! Then a muffled, thunder-like explosion sounded, and the air shock wave that was like a Category 13 or 14 typhoon quickly spread out. It tore the American flag hanging above the Empire State Building and blasted out without slowing down. Pa! Clatter! In an instant, the glass of all the buildings within a radius of tens of meters suddenly shattered under the shock of the shock wave. Sei Ito, who was attacked, was shocked. Like a cannonball, he flew backward and crashed through the wall. He crashed through the building and sank into the floor of another building. What a terrifying power! Sei Ito, who felt the pain in his arm, thought to himself, "It seems that I have provoked a powerful guy." Then he moved. Like the black shadow, he flew out from the building and rose into the air. He raised his eyes to look at the attacker, who was also hovering in the air. The man was about 9 meters tall and had a fit body. He was wearing a tight yellow shirt that showed off his muscular lines. There was a wide black belt around his waist, and the center part of the belt was like a boxing champion's belt. There was a BIGS written in yellow paint that took up the entire waist button. There was a blue cape behind him. He looked like a Superman. But unlike Superman, who had short black hair, this person had long blonde hair that fell to his shoulders. His hair fluttered naturally in the night breeze. He had a rectangular face, and his cheeks were a little thin, making his face look a little sharp and concave. He pursed his lips, and his eyebrows were tightly furrowed. His exposed pupils were constantly flickering with a scarlet light that contained both madness and rationality. Almost instantly, Sei Ito immediately thought of the other party's name, Robert Reynolds, a superhero who claimed to have the explosive power of 1,000,000 suns in his body. Of course, that was in the future. Right now, he was still the most dangerous person in the government's custody. An unexpected product of an experiment, Sentinel. Tony Stark got a good helper. Sei Ito smiled bitterly. Robert Reynolds, a drug addict, broke into a professor's laboratory in order to get drugs. Just like that, he accidentally drank the professor's secret formula and got the power that was claimed to have the explosive power of 1,000,000 stars. However, although he had that level of power, his mental state was still that of a drug addict, a lowly villain. Therefore, not long after he got the power, he was found by S.H.I.E.L.D. and imprisoned in the highest-level fortress prison built by the World Security Council. And he was really willing to squat inside. But it was precisely because of this that he was used by the U.S. government. From time to time, they would use sweet words like let you out, give you benefits, let's be friends, and so on to trick him into helping the government deal with some super powerful enemies that couldn't be dealt with in ordinary ways. For example, the Hulk, who once caused a ruckus in New York. And obviously this time he was fooled by Tony again and was released to deal with him. It's just that although the Sentinel is strong, it's not without weaknesses, and there are a lot of them. First of all, although his power is claimed to have the explosive power of 1,000,000 stars, he may not be able to really exert it because the source of his power comes from a non-current universe. In his body, there's a channel connected to that universe. The strength of the power he can exert each time depends entirely on how strong the power sent out by that channel each time. In other words, it is not absolute and will not really erupt with the explosive power of 1,000,000 stars, which gives Sei Ito a chance to fight. Next was the Sentinel's mental state. He had two personalities. One was the personality of Robert Reynolds, a cowardly, petty, and ordinary person who was afraid of his own power. The other was the evil personality that wanted to destroy as much as he wanted, able to fully utilize the Sentinel's power, nothingness. The Sentinel believes that the stronger the power he exerts, the more likely it is to trigger the emergence of the second personality in his body, so in the past battles, he rarely uses his full strength and even deliberately limits his power. In addition, his own power is unstable, which gives Sei Ito, who originally had the power to fight him, a further opportunity to win. I don't want to fight with you. You'd better take the initiative to go back with me, the sentinel said in a hoarse voice. Is this what you mean by you don't want to fight with me? Sei Ito looked around at the traces destroyed by their tentative fight and sneered, Peaceful people don't hit people as soon as they come up. For this, I can apologize to you. The sentinel said apologetically. Where do you want to take me? Sei Ito smiled non-committally and asked, S-H-I-E-L-D, the sentinel replied. If it was just a guess before, and he was not sure that Tony released the sentinel to deal with him, then after hearing the sentinel's answer, Sei Ito no longer thought about it and completely cut off his relationship with Tony in his heart. I don't want to go to that kind of place. Sei Ito curled his lips. I'm sorry, you have to come with me. The sentinel said affirmatively. So, in the end, we still have to fight, Ito-sei whispered. This time, the sentinel didn't say anything, but stared at Sei Ito with dangerous eyes. Then in the next moment, the sentinel's figure moved and suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito and punched Sei Ito's cheek. Although it was just an ordinary punch, with the blessing of the sentinel's strength, it instantly broke through the sound barrier, and with a huge roar and impact force, it pressed on Sei Ito's face. The pressure of the fist made Sei Ito's face quickly collapse inwards, and traces of facial bones appeared. Under the pressure of the fist, Sei Ito's face remained unchanged. His figure moved, and like a stream of light, he quickly dodged the fist and appeared behind the sentinel. He stretched out his hands and slapped the sentinel with a clear whistling sound. As said before, although the sentinel has the terrifying power to destroy a galaxy, he himself, or his current personality, is just an ordinary person, a despicable person, a drug addict, and a punk. He has not received any formal training, and his fighting experience can be counted on one hand. So he is not the opponent of Sei Ito, who has practiced martial arts since he was a child and has experienced many worlds of tempering. Therefore, he didn't even have time to react and was hit in the head by Sei Ito's attack. Pon! Under the huge slap, the sentinel only felt dizzy in his head, and his whole consciousness became chaotic. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Deep in the sentinel's sea of consciousness, a certain consciousness roared wildly. As expected of a sentinel, his body is really hard. Sei Ito could not help but sigh in his heart when he saw that his heavy slap, which could definitely explode the sentinel's head, did not even crack the sentinel's skull. Then he pressed his hands down and landed on the unconscious sentinel's shoulders. He lifted his arms and threw the sentinel in his hands to the ground like a kite. Under Sei Ito's throw, the sentinel's body turned into a cannonball, instantly breaking through the sound barrier and heavily hitting the ground with a huge roar. Boom! In an instant, a strong earthquake similar to a magnitude 8 spread out from the sentinel's landing point. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the surrounding 2 to 3 blocks. All the buildings in this area immediately shook like vibrators. Then, Sei Ito did not show mercy. He raised his hands and summoned the dark clouds in the sky, condensing an extremely thick and fierce thunderbolt, and quickly struck the sentinel in the deep pit below. Boom! The lightning bloomed and formed a dazzling white light, illuminating the street below. By the way, how was the sentinel killed in the original work? Sei Ito, who completed this additional blow, blinked and recalled more detailed information about the sentinel in the original work. Found it. Soon, information about the sentinel's death appeared in Sei Ito's mind. However, before he could investigate further, the sentinel, still covered in lightning, appeared in front of Sei Ito again and punched Sei Ito's chin heavily. Bang! In the next moment, white smoke burst out. A wooden stake replaced Sei Ito and took the sentinel's blow. It shattered with a pa sound, turned into foam, and disappeared into the night sky. But then, a strong force acted on the sentinel's body in vain, causing his body to involuntarily fly higher into the sky. Chapter 2191. P.S. Thank you to Sacronite for your precious monthly votes. In the original work, the Sentinel was in a state of nothingness when he went berserk. He killed the war god Rue with one strike, then killed Loki with another strike, and then destroyed the Immortal Palace with another strike. Thor, who had also gone berserk and inherited Odin's divine power, used the most powerful lightning power to electrocute himself and the Sentinel into charcoal. Their bones were thrown into the sun before they were completely killed. In other words, it was indeed possible to kill the Sentinel with lightning, but it required a very high degree of strength. Although the attack just now was indeed strong enough, it was clearly not to the extent that it could turn the Sentinel into charcoal. After all, even Thor, who had inherited Odin's divine power, was electrocuted into charcoal. One could imagine how strong it was. Therefore, Seito's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't kill the Sentinel in an ordinary way, he might as well use external forces. Lightning was something that could be found as much as he wanted in the ionosphere. Just like that, under Seito's strong pull, the Sentinel's body shot into the sky at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound. In just a moment, he arrived in the ionosphere, which was 60 kilometers away from the ground. The Sentinel, who suddenly felt that his body had stopped, did not hesitate. He immediately turned around and attacked behind him. Seito stepped on the void with one foot, as if he was stepping on solid ground. His body instantly flew backward, dodging the Sentinel's elbow strike. Then, he opened his arms and released his ability to control electricity, doing his best to gather the free electrons and ions around him. Almost instantly, a dazzling ball of lightning as tall as a person appeared around Seito. The Sentinel, who only thought that Seito was gathering energy to make a big attack, was not moved at all. His body moved. As if he had teleported, he suddenly appeared in front of Seito and waved his fist hurriedly. Breaking through the sound barrier, he hit Seito with a rumbling sound. Seito stretched out one hand. With a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast, he blocked the Sentinel's fist that was wrapped in a visible white gas cloud with his palm. Boom! When the two collided, there was a loud noise like winter thunder, followed by a huge explosion, and Ito-Sei's body flew back like a cannonball in an instant. The Sentinel was unforgiving and immediately chased after them. Puff! Puff! Puff, puff. However, at this moment, a series of muffled noises sounded, and then a dozen shadow clones of Ito-Sei jumped out from the side of Ito-Sei, who was gathering the global ionosphere energy. They appeared around the Sentinel and launched an attack on him. Some of the sentries who couldn't tell if these people were real or fake didn't dare to relax. He immediately stopped his pursuit and began to fight with these Ito shadow clones that were using teleportation as breathing. At first, the Sentinel was not used to the continuous attacks that didn't give him a chance to breathe. He was beaten up like a human punching bag, but as time went by, a certain personality and talent in his body gradually awakened, and he got used to it more and more. Not long after that, the Sentinel was beaten up, from a simple punching bag to a low-level warrior who could fight against the shadow clones. Then, they began to attack and defend each other, and they fought quite well. In the end, they even became completely used to it. Like a real master, he calmly dealt with the continuous attacks of the shadow clones. During this process, the real Seito didn't pay attention to the battle between him and the shadow clones. He was still focused on gathering the violent energy of the ionosphere. While the Sentinel and the shadow clones were in a stalemate, a blazing white thunderball, like a small artificial sun, appeared in Seito's body. It emitted a terrifying energy. Not enough? I need more. Seito, who felt the destructive energy contained in the thunderball, said in his mind. Then a more violent free electron frenzy surged toward Seito, and the blazing white thunderball gathered around him. If someone looked down from the universe at this time, they would be able to see it. The whole Earth seemed to be caught in some kind of global thunderstorm climate. The whole Earth's atmosphere was full of dazzling lightning and thick dark clouds, and like returning to their nest, they surged toward a blazing white light spot in the sky above New York. And under the influence of this global thunderstorm climate, the world's satellite communications were cut off, radio transmission signals were blocked, and some electrical appliances with insufficient safety measures exploded. At the same time, under the influence of the sudden change in the Earth's electromagnetic field, many animals on Earth were like rabies. They became crazy, roaring wantonly in the wild, roaring in the city, and even attacking their owners who used to be close to them. In just a moment, hundreds of people were bitten by violent animals, and more than a dozen people were bitten to death. All of you get out of my way. And as the thunder light gathered by Ito became more and more dazzling, the sentinel, who felt a strong sense of threat from it, suddenly burst out with a blazing aura like the sun, turning into a golden shockwave that quickly spread in all directions. Unable to defend in time, the shadow clones around the sentinel were immediately impacted. Immediately, 4 or 5 shadow clones that were too close to the sentinel and didn't have time to defend themselves exploded under the impact of the terrifying energy burst out by the sentinel, disappearing into the air. As for the others, although they relied on the psychic barrier to avoid the disaster, they were all knocked far away and couldn't immediately attack the sentinel again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sentinel, who burst out with terrifying energy, appeared in front of Ito at an even more exaggerated and rapid speed than before and heavily punched him in the face. Bang! Ito only felt pain in his cheek, and his head tilted to the side involuntarily. The sentinel was unforgiving. He waved his fists madly, turning into afterimages invisible to the naked eye, and bombarded Ito, who couldn't immediately counterattack and dodge because he had to maintain the violent energy around him that was converging with the free electron energy of the entire Earth's ionosphere. Boom, 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 boom. Violent sounds like rolling winter thunder immediately echoed over the entire New York. Coupled with the violent night sky full of terrifying lightning, a scene like the end of the world appeared in the eyes of all New York residents. A large portion of their faces even revealed a look of despair. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. In the next moment, the shadow clones that were hit by the energy shock wave turned into a stream of light and rushed over. They appeared beside the sentinel and punched the sentinel's body. Bang! The sentinel's body shook, and he involuntarily flew away from Ito. The shadow clones that separated the sentinel from a main body didn't dare to hesitate. They once again turned into a stream of light and flew in front of the sentinel, besieging the sentinel again. It wasn't that the shadow clones didn't want to use teleportation, but they couldn't. In addition to the fact that the sentinel had adapted to the attack method of teleportation and could already faintly feel the spatial fluctuations, it was also because the surrounding environment didn't allow it. In this situation where the surrounding was densely filled with free lightning and the spatial particles were rapidly unstable, using teleportation wasn't necessarily able to jump to a designated place, and it was possible that due to the violent free electrons, it could directly jump to a different space. That wouldn't be fun. Although for the shadow clones, it didn't matter whether they were in a different space or not. Boom, 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 boom. In this way, in the battle between the shadow clones and the sentinel, the sky was torn apart by bursts of violent energy, revealing the dark universe. Bursts of thunder, fire, and heat appeared in the sky out of thin air, bursting with dazzling light. It was like an indescribable grand firework, shaking the eyes of mortals. Oh my God, is that a battle between gods? It's too terrifying. The New York citizens who could vaguely see the figures in the constantly blooming light subconsciously muttered to themselves, "Catch him." After a moment, Ito suddenly shouted loudly. After the words fell, the shadow clones that were besieging the sentinel moved together. They immediately rushed to the sentinel's side. 2 of them grabbed the sentinel's arms, and the other 2 grabbed his feet. One of them hugged his waist to prevent him from moving, while the other hugged his head. The six of them worked together to tightly imprison the sentinel in the sky. Then, Seito held up the surrounding free electrons and seemed to be communicating with them. The white plasma thunderball, which was as tall as a person and surrounded by thick lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm, walked toward the sentinel step by step. The sentinel's eyes stared directly at the thunderball, and his heart kept ringing with alarm. His pupils shrank, and he suddenly howled loudly. Then a terrifying energy storm instantly erupted from the sentinel's body, forming a golden energy shock wave that quickly spread in a spherical shape. Bearing the brunt of the impact, the shadow clones hugging him were reduced to nothingness by the energy shock wave. Then the energy shock wave spread at high speed, repelling everything around it, and turned the originally lightning-filled ionosphere into a pure land. No wonder he's a hack. Resisting the impact of the unknown level of energy on his body, Ito Sei, who was struggling to maintain the plasma thunderball in his hand, continued to walk towards the sentry under the impact of the energy, while secretly cursing in his heart. But he didn't think that in other people's eyes, Sei-Ito, was also a hack. The shock wave that rushed through Sei-Ito's body and annihilated his clothes into nothingness didn't slow down, and it continued to expand rapidly. In just an instant, it rushed over a dozen kilometers, illuminating the area as bright as day. You deserve to die. At this time, the sentinel fiercely turned his head, and his eyes were filled with madness and emptiness. There was no trace of rationality in his scarlet eyes that fell on the naked Sei-Ito and said coldly, "Nothingness." Sei-Ito frowned. Obviously, because of the pressure of his death, the sentinel's most terrifying personality had been released in advance. After confirming that the sentinel was no longer a sentinel, Sei-Ito didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately focused his remaining mind on operating the power of time. He instantly rushed in front of the sentinel, who was still looking at him in a slow-motion manner, even though he was affected by the power of time. He fiercely threw the plasma thunderball in his hand at the sentinel's body. Then he didn't dare to stop at all. His body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he flew away from the sentinel's body in a way that was infinitely stacked, and in the blink of an eye, he flew into the universe. Then in the next second, the entire northern hemisphere was suddenly enveloped by a burst of blazing white light. And in the center of the white light explosion, a blazing white ball of light, like the sun, rapidly expanded in a way that exceeded the concept of time. It almost instantly grew into a white sphere with a diameter of more than a few kilometers. The surface of the sphere flashed rapidly, bursting out in all directions. Boom! It wasn't until a few seconds later that the violent explosion belatedly reverberated throughout the entire sky. It was like a muffled thunder that rang in the ears of all the people of the American continent. The limit of Sol's physical resistance is about 5,000 degrees Celsius. Since it's the surface temperature of the sun, even if Odin's divine power can increase this limit, it shouldn't exceed 10,000 degrees Celsius. And so on. The strength of the sentinel's body is probably around this, and the instantaneous explosion temperature of the lightning can reach up to 20,000 degrees Celsius. In addition, I've deliberately condensed my power, so the continuous explosion and the upper limit of the temperature should be even higher. It should be enough to match the power of the lightning released by Sol's suicidal attack in the later stage. Sei-Ito thought to himself as he reformed his body and looked down at the earth under his feet. Under Sei-Ito's observation, the entire explosion of lightning lasted for a full minute before it ended. But this was only the beginning. The subsequent radiation effect and electric force fields still existed. If there was no external impact, the Earth's atmosphere would definitely not be able to digest this powerful force in more than half an hour. However, Sei-Ito was not prepared to wait any longer. He immediately moved and flew toward the center of the explosion like a meteor. Falling at a speed several times the speed of sound, Sei-Ito reappeared in the ionosphere that had become extremely violent due to the lightning explosion in just a moment, appearing in front of the sentinel. But at this time, the sentinel's body was no longer the same as before. Scorch marks were all over his body after being burned by the high temperature, and traces of electric light were constantly jumping around his body like small snakes. But even so, the sentinel's body still had a strong breath of life, letting Sei Ito know that the sentinel had not completely died under his attack. Perhaps sensing Sei Ito's return, the sentinel's body, which was floating in the air like a floating corpse, suddenly moved. Like a robot that had woken up in the movies, he stiffly straightened his body and opened his scorched eyes, looking at Sei Ito with murderous intent. Seeing the sentinel, or rather, Sei Ito, who had woken up, did not hesitate. He immediately waved his hand and gathered the violent electrons around him, turning them into a bolt of lightning that shot toward the sentinel. Boom! Chapter 2192. Originally, the sentinel's body had been severely damaged in the previous giant thunderstorm, to the point where it was almost impossible to fight. Now it was hit by Sei Ito's thunder again. There was no surprise at all, as the sentinel's body immediately blew up into a pile of scorched ash, and his body fell towards the city below like a cannonball. However, Sei Ito didn't give him this opportunity. He immediately rushed to the front of the sentinel, grabbed the sentinel's neck, and, as if he was carrying garbage, he turned around and rushed towards the universe again. Under the terrifying speed of Sei Ito appeared in the universe with the sentinel almost instantly. Then, without stopping, Sei Ito flew towards the sun like a stream of light with infinite acceleration. He left, looking at the direction. His target is the sun. In the Earth's orbit, inside the Carry Empire battleship, which has become the new headquarters of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, Agent Brenda, who had long green hair tied into a bun behind her head, said to the communicator, "I see. Pay close attention. Inform me as soon as he comes back." In the communicator, Tony's voice, familiar to Sei Ito, came out. "Understood," Agent Brenda responded. Then the two cut off contact. "It's terrifying. Do we really have the power to deal with this kind of person?" Brenda, who looked through the window of the bridge in the direction where Sei Ito disappeared, said in her heart, "I didn't expect you to be so strong that even the Sentinel couldn't deal with you." At the same time, Tony Stark, who was watching the battle between Sei Ito and the Sentinel on the virtual optical screen in front of him, sighed in a low voice. "What should we do now, Commander Stark?" Commander Stark, Maria Hill, who had become the deputy commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., asked. "Let's just pretend that nothing happened. You arrange for someone to go and record the impact of this battle. Don't let the people panic." Tony turned off the virtual screen and looked at Maria Hill. "Yes," Maria Hill replied solemnly. After that, seeing that Tony had no more orders, Maria Hill did not stay in the room any longer and tactfully left Tony's office. Bang! The door closed again. Commander's orders. The moment after Maria Hill left, a voice rang out. Tony raised his voice and said to the void, "Please enter the command." A somewhat stiff artificial intelligence prompt that was not as flexible as Jarvis's sounded in the room. "Show me the information of all the super agents belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony ordered. "This information is marked as top secret. You need to be at least level 9 in order to access it. Please enter your information," the AI stated. "Tony Stark," Tony replied. "Tony Stark meets the requirements," the artificial intelligence confirmed. The next moment, dozens of files with profiles appeared out of thin air in the room, and a screen of light appeared in front of Tony Stark's eyes. And if Sei Ito is here at this time, he will find that there are many familiar figures in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data. For example, Mockingbird, Shock, Spider-Woman, Scarlet Witch, and Scarlet Witch's brother Quicksilver. Of course, there was also Ms. Marvel and the Bumblebee, and some other guys who were lured to join S.H.I.E.L.D. by Tony Stark's power. In addition, there are also some people he knows but doesn't know the specifics, such as Moonstar and Hercules. Tony Stark's eyes carefully scanned the information of these agents back and forth several times, until finally, he stopped at the information of Scarlet Witch and her brother Quicksilver. Maybe the two of them can, Tony muttered to himself. On the other side, after about a few hours of rapid flight, Sei Ito and the Sentinel finally came near the sun. Then Sei Ito didn't hesitate and immediately threw the Sentinel with all his might. Like a javelin, the Sentinel in his hand, who had been tortured by his electric light all the way and was completely powerless to resist, was thrown into the sun and quickly disappeared into the red sun. He should be dead now, Sei Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the Sentinel who had completely disappeared. But in the face of the Marvel world that can resurrect the dead at any time, Sei Ito is not completely sure. After all, in the original work, the Sentinel who was thrown into the sun was resurrected later. Who knows if he will be resurrected in the future without being sent into the Magic Cube world for complete destruction. It's just that Sei Ito doesn't care too much about it, because if he really wants to resurrect according to the time in the original work, at that time, Sei Ito doesn't know if he will still be in this world. What's more, at that time, the Sentinel was just a Sentinel. Without nothingness, the energy in his body was greatly compressed, and he was still not Sei Ito's opponent. Then Sei Ito's mind moved, turned into an electric light, and rushed back to Earth with infinite acceleration. This time, because there was no burden and he used the thunder light escape technique, it took less than 10 minutes for Sei Ito to return to Earth at a speed close to the speed of light. He appeared in New York City, which was damaged a lot because of his battle with the Sentinel. Immediately afterward, as if returning to the reward, a huge world power that others couldn't see with the naked eye immediately appeared in the sky, forming a funnel-shaped vortex of wind and clouds. It spun and fell straight into the body of Sei Ito, who was standing on the top of a landmark building, and was absorbed and swallowed by him. This amount, even if the Sentinel is resurrected in the future, this battle is worth it. This beating is not in vain. Sei Ito raised his hand and rubbed his cheek that seemed to be faintly painful and grinned. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Tony, let me give you a big gift too. Then Sei Ito's expression became serious, and he looked at the faintly visible floating battleship in the distant sky and whispered to himself softly. Then, with a thought, a thunderbolt appeared in his palm amidst the crackling sound. Under the control of Sei Ito's mind, it gradually condensed into a 2-meter-long thunder spear that was nearly 5 centimeters thick. Then, Sei Ito positioned himself and threw the thunder spear in his hand like a javelin thrower. Whoosh! In the next moment, the thunder spear turned into a stream of light, instantly crossing the distance of space and appeared in front of the floating battleship. Warning! Warning! A high-energy reaction is approaching. In the bridge of the floating battleship, a fierce alarm immediately sounded. Who can tell me what's going on? Maria Hill, who was on duty in the bridge, asked loudly. However, before her voice completely disappeared, an earth-shattering loud noise suddenly sounded in the floating battleship. Boom! There's a large-scale explosion in Area C of the battleship. The second and fourth engine groups are damaged. We don't have enough floating power. We're sinking. An agent hurriedly reported, and just as the agent's report fell, the entire floating battleship immediately tilted to one side and slowly fell to the ground without slowing down. I can already feel it. As the battleship sank, Maria Hill, who grabbed the railing in front of her to stabilize her body, said, "Have you found the cause of the explosion?" Hill continued to ask. According to the surviving agents in Area C, we were attacked by a lightning javelin, which caused the explosion. The agent replied, "Lightning javelin?" Maria Hill repeated with a frown. "Do your best to repair it. We must ensure the flying power of the floating battleship." Maria Hill ordered in a deep voice. "Yes. This time, I'm just collecting a little interest. After the secret invasion of the Skrulls is over, I'll deal with S.H.I.E.L.D." Sei Ito, who saw the situation on the floating battleship through a projection spell, sneered. "And you, Tony Stark." Then Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the top of the building. He turned into an ordinary person and blended into the still frightened New Yorkers below. He found a 5-star hotel and stayed in one of the presidential suites. The next night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. This morning, Ito first used the ability of the Elven Book and his discharge ability to invade the entire electronic system of New York City, took over all the city surveillance cameras, and even the satellites flying over New York, and launched a comprehensive search of New York. After determining the location of several targets, he temporarily put the authority aside, got up, left the hotel, and drove the rental car provided by the hotel to one of the places. Under the guidance of the Elven Book, Ito came to a relatively old house at the end of 23rd Street in more than 10 minutes. Then Ito turned off the engine, got out of the car, and walked straight into the old house in front of him. "Who are you looking for?" As soon as Ito walked into the house, a pleasant female voice sounded in his ears. Ito turned his head and looked at the speaker. It was a woman about 7 meters tall, Caucasian, with a slim and fit figure. She was wearing a pair of beige pants and a beige shirt. Her long blonde hair was slightly curly and naturally draped over her shoulders. She had an oval face and deep blue eyes. She stood there and stared at Ito without blinking. Although there was no special movement, the keen Ito still clearly felt the alert message from the other party's tense body and spirit. It was as if he didn't answer well, she would immediately attack him. "I'm looking for Steve Rogers." Ito looked at the young woman opposite him and smiled. Sharon Carter, this was the name of the woman, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Code 13. She was also the niece of Captain America Steve Rogers' old lover, Paige Carter, and a future lover of Captain America. "Sorry, sir, we don't have anyone by this name here. You're in the wrong place," Sharon Carter replied. Chapter 2193. "No, he's here." Ito shook his head slightly. "Agent Sharon Carter, I don't believe you don't know who I am. For your own good, please ask Mr. Captain to come out." Sharon Carter's face changed when she was directly called out. She immediately subconsciously pulled out the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's modified pistol from her back and pointed it at Ito. Ito smiled softly when he saw this. With a wave of his finger, the modified pistol in Carter's hand immediately scattered into a pile of parts, separated from her hand, and then quickly flew to Ito like a swallow returning to its nest. It spontaneously reassembled into a pistol and pointed the muzzle at its original owner, Sharon Carter. For a moment, Sharon Carter felt the threat of death. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. A new voice suddenly sounded in the quiet room, breaking the stiff atmosphere and freeing Sharon Carter from the feeling of being stared at by the Grim Reaper. "Okay, tap, 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 tap." Then footsteps sounded and Steve Rogers, dressed as an ordinary person, walked down the stairs beside Sharon Carter. Seeing Captain America appear, Ito smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed the pistol floating in the air, threw it back to its original owner, and then smiled. "Long time no see, Mr. Captain. How did you find me?" Captain America looked at Ito with a solemn face and asked, "You know, there are electronic eyes everywhere on the streets of New York. With a little effort, I think anyone can find your whereabouts." Ito shrugged slightly. He replied with a smile, "Are you working for Tony?" Captain America frowned. As an old antique trying to adapt to modern society, he really couldn't adapt to this terrible life of being monitored everywhere. Although he also enjoyed the convenience of this thing before, "No, I fell out with him, and now I'm the same as you. We are both Tony's enemies. I believe Miss Carter next to you should know this very well." Ito glanced at Sharon Carter, who had been standing quietly on the right side of Captain America. Captain America turned his head and looked at Carter with a questioning gaze. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed so. This expression made Ito even more certain that the old fox, Nick Fury, was still alive in the world and was hiding somewhere, monitoring the entire United States. "Then why are you looking for me?" Captain America, who got the confirmation, retracted his gaze and looked at Ito again. "Just like those superheroes who are prepared to use you as a shield," Ito said with a smile. "You want to join us?" Captain America frowned. This time, It was because he didn't like Sei Ito's tone. Even if he knew that half of Ito Sei's words were true, he would not be able to do anything about it. That's right. I think you need someone like me to join your team, right? Sei Ito said with a smile. You're right. Captain America nodded and admitted. At this time, Sei Ito flipped his palm, and a hard paper card with a bunch of numbers appeared and threw it at Captain America. Captain America didn't move. He raised his hand and caught the hard paper card in his hand. My phone number is on there. If there's any action, you can call me. You can use that number to contact me, Sei Ito said. I got it. Captain America looked at the number recorded on the card in his hand and responded. Well, I won't bother you two anymore. Goodbye. Sei Ito didn't delay. He turned around and walked to the door. But when Captain America wasn't paying attention, Sei Ito moved his lips slightly and sent a message to Sharon Carter's ears. Sharon Carter's expression changed slightly when she heard Sei Ito's message. She turned her head and looked at Steve Rogers in front of her. What's wrong? Steve Rogers, who had noticed Sharon Carter's gaze, asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing, Sharon Carter said softly, shaking her head slightly. On the other side, after leaving Sharon Carter's place, Sei Ito didn't look for anyone else. Instead, he drove directly back to the suite of the five-star hotel he was staying in. He continued to use the power in his body to actively nourish the heavenly sword in his body while waiting for Captain America's call. He waited for a few days. Just when Sei Ito thought that Captain America hadn't asked him to join them at all, a pleasant ringtone suddenly rang in the quiet room. Hearing the ringtone, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand and took the phone from the side into his hand and put it to his ear. I'm Chun, Sei Ito said calmly. It's me. Meet at J.P. Morgan's place at 9 p.m. Captain America said in his unique calm voice. Okay, Sei Ito agreed. Then, neither of them spoke and hung up the phone at the same time. 9 p.m. There's still some time. Sei Ito chuckled as he casually glanced at the time displayed on the phone. Then, he threw the phone aside and closed his eyes to continue nourishing the heavenly sword in his body. After a while, it was 8:50 p.m. Just then, Sei Ito opened his eyes on time. He exited the meditation, put down his legs, picked up the phone, and stood up from the bed. Then, with a thought, he activated teleportation and moved to the appointed location. Almost instantaneously, Ito-chung appeared at the location of the Uding. This was a dock, and there were layers upon layers of containers stacked on top of each other on the wide flat ground. There was no direct lighting, only the afterglow of distant lights providing light, so the entire dock area looked pitch black. Although it wasn't to the point where one couldn't even see one's own fingers, it was entirely possible for ordinary people to not be able to see clearly from 4 to 5 meters away. The surroundings were very quiet, and there wasn't even a proper patrol. It was very much in line with the environment in movies, TV series, and novels where bad guys met to do bad things. Thinking of this, Sei Ito chuckled. He was faintly looking forward to what might happen next. He didn't have to wait for long. Just 1 minute before 9 p.m., several black shadows appeared in the warehouse area and walked slowly towards Sei Ito. When the two sides were close enough, Sei Ito finally saw the other party's appearance. There were a total of 5 people. The leader was Captain America, and the other 4 guys were 3 men and a woman. Judging from the way they were grouped and the appearance of one of them, they were exactly the same as the Fantastic Four in Sei Ito's information. Sorry, I'm late, Captain America said as he walked closer. I'm early, Sei Ito said casually. Then, he looked at the 4 people suspected to be the Fantastic Four and said, Captain, why don't you introduce them? You should have heard of them. They're the Fantastic Four, Captain America introduced. Hello, I'm Richard. The man suspected to be Mr. Fantastic introduced himself. I'm Susan. The woman introduced herself. You can call me Johnny, another young man said with a smile. Ben, Stone Man, said in a muffled voice. Hello, I'm Chun. Sei Ito's eyes flashed as he greeted the 4 people. Captain, what's today's operation? Sei Ito turned his head and asked Captain America again. Catching a fugitive, Captain America and the Fantastic Four looked at each other and answered. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the tower not far away, landing heavily on top of a container like a cannonball. Bang! An empty, muffled sound immediately rang out above the quiet dock area. "He's here," Captain America said. Then he waved his arm and threw out the vibranium shield in his hand. However, the target was not the so-called fugitive, but Ito himself. "Do it." At the same time, Captain America's stern voice rang in everyone's ears. All of a sudden, the Fantastic Four moved in unison and unleashed their superpowers. Among them, the fastest to attack was Thunderbolt, whose entire body had turned into a flaming man. He flew in front of Ito almost at the same time as Captain America's shield. With his eyes flashing, Ito grabbed Captain America's shield with one hand. Then he flipped his hand and whipped Thunderbolt's body with a loud bang. No, it didn't really hit Thunderbolt's body. Instead, it hit a blue energy barrier that suddenly appeared beside him. Thunderbolt, who didn't suffer any damage, immediately turned around and appeared behind Ito. The flame in his hand spewed out and burned Ito. However, Ito, who was about to be burned by the flame, didn't seem to notice it. He completely ignored Thunderbolt's attack. He still swung his arm and threw out the shield in his hand. Under Ito's huge force, the shield turned into a phantom and instantly appeared in front of Captain America, hitting him heavily in the abdomen. Captain America, who was attacked, screamed in pain. His body flew back quickly as if he was hit by a truck. He didn't stop until he hit a container. Bang! Immediately afterward, Ito, who knocked Captain America away, turned around and grabbed Thunderbolt behind him. He then threw him to the ground fiercely. Boom! Gravel splashed, and a circular impact pit about 1/2 meter in diameter immediately appeared on the ground of the dock. Go to hell! Taking advantage of the opportunity of Ito's counterattack, the Stone Man roared and blasted his stone fist at Ito's back. But it was as if Itsunari had eyes on the back of his head. Without turning his head, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Stone Man's big fist with his palm. Then he curled up his body and threw his arm, kicking the Stone Man's ankle with a lying kick. Chapter 2194. P.S. Thank you to the 2 students Sacred Knight and Fatty Sue for their precious monthly votes. P.S. Congratulations to Comrade NXCX for becoming the leader. So today's update is above 4. Bang! Although the stone golem's body looked unusually heavy and seemed very stable, under Ito's explosive strength, it still lost its footing and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this time, Mr. Miracle stretched out his arms and grabbed onto Ito's arms like 2 snakes. Ito, who was grabbed by Mr. Miracle, opened his palms, and a purple-green Tusida fire instantly appeared in his palms. He raised his hand and slapped Mr. Miracle's arm. In an instant, there was a whoosh sound and Mr. Miracle's hand burned rapidly like an igniter. Mr. Miracle screamed and quickly retracted his arm. He kept slapping his body with both hands, but no matter how hard he slapped, the flames did not show any signs of extinguishing. Instead, the flames spread on his body at an even faster speed. In almost a moment, Mr. Miracle was engulfed by the purple-green Tusida fire and turned into a flaming man. However, in response to this, the other 3 members of the Fantastic Four completely ignored him and continued to attack Ito-sei. At the same time, it was also at this time that the suspected criminal who landed on top of the container jumped down and joined in the attack. Then, a huge stone fist burning with raging flames blasted towards Ito with a puff-puff sound. So it's you. Ito, who saw the other party's attack, came to a realization. Of course, realization was one thing. Itsunari's reaction was not affected at all, and his mind moved. It was a square shape with a hollow inside. The thick earth wall that was just big enough to contain Ito rose from the ground like an elevator. It pushed the stone golem and the other alien with green skin that showed under the moonlight into the sky. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared behind the invisible woman. The white wind in his hand suddenly turned into an illusory air blade and slashed towards the invisible woman with a whoosh. Even though she felt the terrible chill coming from behind, Itosei's attack speed was so fast that the invisible woman didn't have time to concentrate on unfolding her defensive force field. The white air blade immediately passed through her body and slashed diagonally on the ground. Chi! The ground cracked, and a crack that was about a finger's length appeared in an arc. At this moment, Thunderfire, who had once again turned into a flaming figure and flew into the air, waved her hands and shot a thick pillar of fire at Seito. At the same time, a transparent energy field suddenly appeared around Seito, blocking his path of evasion. It was the masterpiece of the green-skinned alien. You don't learn from your mistakes. Seito, who was facing the flames, sighed softly. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The thick pillar of fire that was about to fly in front of him immediately turned into ice crystals with a kacha-kacha sound. Without losing any momentum, it continued to reverse freeze towards Thunderflame. Thunderfire did not dare hesitate when she saw this. She immediately dispersed the pillar of fire in her hand and disconnected from the pillar of fire. Almost a second after he disconnected the connection, the pillar of fire that had been frozen into ice crystals suddenly exploded. It turned into fine crystal fragments that filled the sky and fluttered in all directions. Then, Seito's mind stirred. The crystal fragments that were originally free-falling immediately stopped, and then quickly condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they turned into slender ice needles that filled the sky. Under Seito's mind, like rain, they shot towards the stone golem, the green-skinned alien, and Thunderfire in the sky. As for the invisible woman and Mr. Miracle, one had already been split into two and couldn't be more dead. The other had long been burned to ashes by the purple-green Tusita fire. There was no need for Seito to pay attention to them. Facing the rain-like ice needle attack, Thunderfire's body immediately shook, and a more violent red-yellow high-temperature flame burned on her body. Then, she stretched her palm forward and spat out a big fire that burned the ice needles. Compared to Thunderfire's resistance method, the stone golem and the green-skinned alien's method was simpler. One relied on its thick skin and was not afraid of these seemingly small ice needles and rushed towards Seito. The other supported a light blue energy field that turned into a shield to block the ice needles, then followed the stone golem's method and rushed towards Seito. But soon, the stone golem among them suffered. Under the concentrated attack of the ice needles, a large amount of ice crystals quickly condensed on the surface of the stone man's body. The ice crystals crawled all over the front of the stone man's body as if they were frozen. The ice crystals continued to wrap around the stone man's back, as if they would not stop until he was frozen into a statue. Whoosh! But at this moment, Captain America, who had been ignored by Seito, suddenly swung his arm and threw the vibranium shield in his hand at Seito. "Do you really think I forgot about you?" Seito said, lightly without looking back. In the next moment, the vibranium shield, which was flying rapidly, immediately stopped, as if the pause button was pressed, hovering behind Seito. Then Seito casually swung his left arm backward, and a colorful lightning bolt immediately flew out of his hand and flew in front of Captain America. When he hurriedly made a dodging action, the lightning bolt accurately hit his body. Crackle! Captain America, who was attacked, was shocked, and his body involuntarily flew backward again, hitting the container beside him heavily. Boom! Captain America screamed and fell to the ground. However, in the next second, an even more amazing change appeared on Captain America's body. The color of the exposed skin on Captain America's body changed from the original white skin to dark green skin. His ears were long and pointed like a monster's. His chin was wide, and there were several thin lines like dry cracks on it. These are the basic characteristics of the Skrulls that Sei Ito caught when he accepted the Hydra organization before. And similarly, the invisible woman who died an unnatural death on the side also became like this when she died, coupled with the blatant alien-like attacker. It's obvious that none of the guys who came here with Captain America tonight are the real deal, and they're all fakes transformed by the transformation skills of the Skrulls. It's no wonder that the originally close Fantastic Four would turn a blind eye to each other when their companions were under terrible threat. Then Sei Ito put away Captain America's vibranium shield, and with a swing of his arm, he summoned the purple and blue Tusita fire that was still looking for something to burn on the side. The Tusita fire turned into an eastern dragon and crashed into the Stone Man, who was frozen stiff. Just like the previous fake Mr. Fantastic, the Stone Man's body immediately burned violently under the purple and blue Tusita fire. The Stone Man, who couldn't bear the burning of the flames, screamed, and his body quickly changed back to the appearance of the Skrulls. It's just that in this way, his fire resistance is even worse, and he was burned to ashes by the purple and blue Tusita fire that can burn everything in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Thunderbolt and another Super Skrull in the sky, who seemed to have all the abilities of the Fantastic Four, narrowed their eyes, and the idea of retreating rose in their minds. Retreat. Then, the Super Skrull decisively put this idea into action. In an instant, the Super Skrull's figure changed, and his body burned with red-yellow high-temperature flames. And then he flew out into the sky at high speed like a fire meteor. The same is true for Thunderbolt on the side. Come and go as you please. How can there be such a beautiful thing? Sei Ito sneered. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Super Skrull, who turned into a flaming man with the power of instant transmission. He stretched out his hand, ignoring the high-temperature flames outside his body, and grabbed the Super Skrull's neck in his hand. With a shake of his palm, the Super Skrull fainted, and then he threw him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito turned his head, locked his eyes on the fleeing Thunderbolt, and sent him into the Rubik's Cube world in the same way. Good luck. I actually destroyed a character with a lot of plot in the future. Sei Ito, who finished off the two Skrulls, said with some joy in his heart. The character he mentioned is actually the Super Skrull with all the abilities of the Fantastic Four. In the future, he will not only have a lot of scenes in Secret Invasion, but he will also have a lot of unique performances in the future plot. He is one of the few characters in the Marvel world who are loyal and righteous. So after capturing him and using the Rubik's Cube world to cut him off from the Marvel world, Sei Ito will unsurprisingly obtain a lot of corresponding world power. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he returned to the dock below, appearing in front of the Skrull brand Captain America, who was lying on the ground. But at this time, there was another person in addition to him. It was the S.H.I.E.L.D. female agent Sharon Carter that Sei Ito had seen a few days ago. I'm going to take him away. Sharon, Carter said in a deep voice with a cold face. Okay, Sei Ito replied indifferently. Sharon Carter, who got the answer, did not hesitate. She immediately stepped forward and walked in front of the paralyzed Captain America. She leaned down and took out a button-sized circular patch from her pocket and stuck it on Captain America's neck. Then the surface of the button flashed with electric light, releasing a strong electric pulse that was enough to shock anyone's heart, crawling all over Captain America's body. In an instant, Captain America, who had been paralyzed, screamed and fainted completely. Then Sharon Carter put Captain America on her shoulder, stood up, nodded slightly at Sei Ito, turned and left the scene, disappearing into the dark night. Chapter 2195. 2 days later, in an extremely secretive place. How did you know I was still alive? Nick Fury, who was still wrapped in a lot of bandages, looked at Sei Ito opposite him and asked. Next to him was a short-haired female agent wearing a black skin-tight leather suit with copper-colored metal strips on the surface of the trousers and sleeves, and a female agent, Sharon Carter, who was still dressed as an urban professional beauty. Intuition. Sei Ito laughed. I don't believe you will die so easily. Nick Fury nodded noncommittally. He turned his head and looked at Skaloo, whose limbs were restrained by tools made of superalloy. His body was also wrapped in a layer of electric cage. Nick Fury said, "Tell me about them. I need more information." They're the Skaloo people, and they are mortal enemies with the Carry people who invaded the Earth some time ago. Because of the location of the solar system, they are now competing for the ownership of the solar system. Saito, who also looked at Captain America, said in a low voice, "It's just that unlike the Carry people who are good at using energy weapons and advocate offense, the Skaloo people prefer to use their abilities to play infiltration, just like now. Their abilities are very strange and somewhat similar to magic. As long as there is a target, they can use the unique energy matrix of their Skaloo people to combine with their own abilities to become the same as the target, with the target's memories, emotions, knowledge, behavioral habits, and abilities, and there is no difference between them and the target. I first discovered them half a year ago in Hydra Base. I think they were trying to gain control of the Hydra organization through infiltration. I just didn't expect that I would mess up the situation in the end. How did you find them in the first place?" Nick Fury asked with a serious face. "Killing people," Saito said in a low voice. Nick Fury nodded and didn't say anything. And he also knew that it was useless to say anything. For dangerous people like Saito, in addition to eliminating them, they can only be on guard at all times and cooperate with him to a limited extent. It is impossible to pull him to their side or use him as they did with the members of the Avengers. As far as I know, the solar system can be said to be a barren area in the universe with barren resources. Why do the Carry people and the Skaloo people want to compete for the solar system? If it's just because of the Earth, I don't think there's anything on Earth that's worth the Carry people and the Skaloo people fighting for. Nick Fury asked again. Indeed, they have seen a lot of resources on Earth and in the solar system, and it's not worth it for them to fight for it. What they're mainly interested in is the stable space of the solar system, Saito explained softly. Although our solar system is barren, it is one of the few spaces in the universe that can be used as a transition point. As long as we can take down the solar system, the Carry people or the Skaloo people can establish a jump transit point in the solar system and plunder the resources of the surrounding star fields, or even directly attack the enemy's nest. This is the main reason why the Kree and Skaloo people are interested in the solar system. How do you know this? Nick Fury turned his head and looked at Ito Sei with a questioning gaze. It's very convenient to get the information I want from the captives, and it just so happens that I have Carry and Skaloo captives in my hands. Ito Sei shrugged and said, "Then do you know their infiltration list? Or the time of attack?" Nick Fury's expression didn't change as he asked in a deep voice. The Skaloo people are very cautious. Only their queen knows all the details of their infiltration. Others will only know when they come into contact with the infiltrators. Only then will they be able to distinguish whether the other party is a comrade or an ordinary earthling through the unique Skaloo smell on the other party. So you need to check the list yourself. As for the time of attack, it depends on the Skaloo queen. If she thinks that the infiltration work is enough, then she can launch an attack at any time. If she thinks that it's not enough, then it's hard to say. Maybe a year, maybe 2 years, or even longer. Who knows? Saito shrugged helplessly and answered. But there's one thing that can be confirmed. Then, Saito changed the topic and said seriously. What? Nick Fury tactfully followed up with another question. The Carry people are coming, and this time, they will bring an army that can destroy Earth. Saito said in a deep voice. Your captive gave you the information? Nick Fury's pupil shrank as he asked in a deep voice. Yes. Saito nodded affirmatively. When? Nick Fury asked. I don't know the exact time, but you'd better use your connections to get the Sky Sword Bureau to pay more attention to the situation on the sun. If the Carry people are really coming, their first target will definitely be the sun, Saito said in a serious voice. Why the sun? Nick Fury asked. Because one of the stable space nodes of the solar system is on the sun. And in the future influence that Kong once showed to the Avengers, it was also because of the destruction of the sun that caused the extinction of all humans on Earth. Ito explained. I understand. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them chatted casually for a while. Ito then left Nick Fury's secret hideout and returned to the five-star hotel where he was staying. Is what he said true? After Ito left, the short-haired female agent on the side asked in shock. Quake, originally named Daisy Louise Johnson, was the daughter of the famous villain, Mystery Hyde. She had the ability to vibrate and could produce vibrational waves like earthquakes. She was a very powerful person who would develop very strongly in the future and even served as the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mystery Hyde was a famous villain in Spider-Man, an arms dealer, and one of the members of the Hellfire Club. The part about the aliens is true, Nick Fury said calmly. Then what we do now? Contact Maria? Quake's heart tightened as she asked. No, we can't contact Maria before we make sure that she hasn't been replaced by the Skull of People. Nick Fury shook his head in denial. Then he looked up at the imprisoned Captain America and said with a headache, this Chin really knows how to find trouble for me. On the other side, after driving for a while, Ito returned to the hotel room where he lived. However, just as he was about to close the door, a gust of wind blew past his ear. Ito raised his eyebrows, closed the door quietly, and turned to look at the room. In the living room, a silver-haired young man wearing blue jeans, a white pullover t-shirt, and a small silver jacket made of bright material was standing there with a frivolous face, looking at Ito with a scrutinizing gaze. Quicksilver, Ito said in a low voice. You know me? The young man was surprised. Quicksilver, originally named Pietro Maximoff, and Scarlet, which Walter Maximoff, are twin siblings. He is the biological child of Magneto, the leader of the mutants. He was a member of the original Mutants Brotherhood, but after the Brotherhood was disbanded, he and his sister Scarlet, which were recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. and became one of its superpowered agents. His ability allowed him to move faster than ordinary people. His speed was so fast that it almost reached the realm of time. Therefore, when he used his ability with all his strength, ordinary people in his field of vision were completely motionless. He could play with them as he wished. Yes, Ito smiled. Tony sent you to kill me? Yes, but not to kill you, to take you back. Quicksilver nodded to confirm. That depends on whether you have the ability. Ito chuckled. I've always been very confident in my speed, Quicksilver said proudly. You can try, Ito said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Quicksilver's figure flashed and came behind Ito. Of course, in Quicksilver's field of vision, he walked leisurely behind Ito and then stuck an electric magnet to Ito's neck. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the skin on Ito's neck, Ito's figure moved slightly and took a step forward in the same leisurely manner, and turned around, looking at the somewhat stunned Quicksilver with a smile. How did you? Quicksilver said sluggishly. This is the first time he has encountered a guy who can match his speed, and the shock in his heart can be imagined. It's very simple. I just need to increase the speed of time to the same level as your movement speed. Ito smiled. Then Ito stretched out his palm and grabbed Quicksilver's wrist. As his face changed slightly, Ito twisted his body and slammed him heavily to the ground. Boom! And under the influence of their abilities, this dull sound didn't spread out at all. Then, Ito stretched out his right hand and pointed his finger on Quicksilver's forehead. In an instant, Quicksilver only felt dizzy in his head, and his consciousness became blurred at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he lost all sense of the outside world and fainted. Then Ito lifted the time ability and threw Quicksilver into the magic cube world. You really don't give up. Who are you going to send next? Scarlet Witch or some other powerful ability user? Ito, who put away Quicksilver, sneered and said to himself. In fact, Quicksilver shouldn't have lost so badly. With his extremely high speed, it only takes him 92 seconds to circle the Earth. He could have dodged Ito's attack at the moment, but unfortunately, he was distracted by shock at that time, so he didn't even have a chance to resist. He was directly subdued by Sei Ito at the fastest speed and became a captive under his flag. Chapter 2196. This morning, just as Sei Ito was nourishing the heavenly sword in his body, as usual, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang. Sei Ito picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and put it to his ear. "We need your help." Professor X's familiar voice came from the phone. "Professor?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "Yes, it's me," Professor X confirmed. Then he repeated, "Chun, we need your help now." "What is it?" Sei Ito asked calmly. To be honest, Sei Ito really did not want to interact with Professor X, who had a strange mind. He felt that it was too taxing on his brain cells. "It's not safe on the phone. If you have time, come." Professor X told Chun Zhao an address. "Got it. I'll go," Sei Ito said. "You better hurry up. We might have to leave this place soon," Professor X said. "Okay," Sei Ito agreed. Sei Ito hung up the phone, stood up from the bed, and teleported away from the hotel. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the location that Professor X had told him about. Under his feet was a farm-style building located in the northwestern part of New York State, bordering Canada. The style looked very old, and there were no obstacles around it, giving a strong sense of emptiness as far as the eye could see. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed again and appeared in the room. "Who is it?" Wolverine Logan's expression changed. 3 shiny metal blades popped out between his fingers. He stared at Ito, Sei, who suddenly appeared in the field, and asked, "Logan." "He's one of us," Professor X said. "It's you." Logan finally remembered who Sei Ito was. He frowned. "Long time no see, Logan." Sei Ito nodded and greeted him. Logan nodded slightly. He withdrew the sharp blade protruding from his fingers and silently retreated to the side. After greeting him, Sei turned his head and looked around the room. It was a small living room, about 40 square meters in size. The interior was filled with old furniture, which looked out of place in Professor X's modern attire. There were 5 or 6 people in the room. In addition to Professor X and Logan, Magneto, who was dressed strangely, and his 2 subordinates, as well as another woman that Sei Ito had never seen before, were standing or sitting in the corner of the room and on the sofa. They seemed to be discussing something. Not far from them, there was a small staircase that led to the 2nd floor. A few familiar and unfamiliar senior students of Xavier School for the Gifted poked their heads out from time to time. Their faces looked like they wanted to see, but were afraid of being discovered. They wanted to listen, but didn't dare to. Sei, who had seen all of this, retracted his gaze and turned to look at Professor X. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Sei Ito asked softly. "I want you to take the children to that world." Professor X stared at Sei Ito's eyes without blinking and said softly, "What?" Sei frowned when he heard this and asked, "The Sentinel robots are chasing us, and the world will become hell in the near future. I don't want the children to be hurt because of this. They should have a happy life as soon as possible." Professor X said softly, "So I thought of you and the world behind you. With Stormwind, I believe the children will have a happy life in that world." And the he mentioned was obviously referring to the mutants. And he even included Sei Ito in it, as if they were the same kind of people. "You're too pessimistic," Sei Ito said softly. "This is not pessimism. This is the truth. And it's not far in the future." Professor X shook his head slightly. "There are more and more Sentinel robots, and their abilities are getting better and better in the process of chasing us. At the current rate of development, it won't take more than a few years. The Sentinel robots will kill us all. You can resist. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to find the designers and leaders of the human race. Erase them, destroy the data, and then destroy all the Sentinel robots that have been manufactured. Why hide?" Sei Ito said in a deep voice. This was also what he didn't understand the most about Professor X. Since he could even build the X Factor for doing illegal work, it would be even easier for him to erase a few ordinary humans. Why couldn't he do it when it came to the Sentinel robots? In the end, Almost all the mutants were killed by the Sentinel robots. I've tried a method you said, but it didn't work. I couldn't detect any information about the people involved in the Sentinel project, so now we have no other choice but to hide. Professor X shook his head. No news from your side? Saito turned his head to look at Magneto and asked. No, and in order to explore this news, we also lost Mystique. Magneto said with a hint of pain in his tone. As soon as this remark came out, Professor X's face on the side also showed a sad look involuntarily. Okay, I promise you. Saito thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. Thank you. Professor X thanked him. No, we won't leave, Professor. Just as the two of them finished speaking, the tall Iron Man walked out of the stairwell and looked at Professor X and others with a firm expression on his face and said, Yes, Professor, we won't leave. Then, Iceman, who was slightly shorter than Iron Man, echoed. Behind the two of them, several other senior students of the Xavier School for Geniuses that Saito was familiar with, the young mutants who may have become X-Men in the future, also came out and looked at the professor in the living room with firm eyes. Piet, Bobby. Professor X controlled the wheelchair to turn around and looked at his students and called softly. Although the future is dangerous, you once taught us to learn to face it. What's more, we are no longer students now. Professor, let us fight with you together. We are also X-Men. Iron Man said solemnly. It seems that the little guys are very aware. Magneto on the side moved his lips and said softly, Professor, running away is not a solution. Even if you can save them, there are more mutants out there who are in danger. We need strength to help more of our companions. At this time, the woman who had been silent all this while spoke. Professor, I don't think we can save all the mutants with just a few of us. Logan said, but at this moment, a boy among the students suddenly looked empty and stared blankly into the distance. Professor X and Saito, who noticed the change in his expression, immediately focused their attention on him. After 4 or 5 seconds, the boy looked shocked and came back to his senses. Mavis, what did you see? Professor X said softly. Professor, Sentinels. There are a lot of Sentinels coming towards us. The boy named Mavis said anxiously. We have to get out of here quickly. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of everyone in the room immediately changed, making the atmosphere in the room become heavy. Call everyone. Let's get out of here immediately. Then, Logan, who was the first to recover, said loudly to the young mutants. The next moment, the room was filled with the sound of footsteps and people talking. All the mutants in the room began to move. They packed up their belongings and ran out of the room as fast as they could. Speaking of which, where's Laser Eye? Saito, who walked out of the house with Logan, Professor X, Magneto, and others, was surprised. Scott went to the United Kingdom. Professor X replied. Ito-say nodded and didn't say anything. He joined the young mutants with Professor X and others and came to a large warehouse not far away. They boarded the car that was prepared earlier, started the car, and drove to Canada, which was only a short distance away from here. Obviously, at the moment when the Sentinels were running rampant, Professor X and others had decided to leave the United States completely and set foot on a foreign land, using the International Convention to temporarily avoid the pursuit of the Sentinels. Under the high-speed driving of the car, Professor X and his team soon left the United States and entered the territory of Canada, then drove deeper into Canada without slowing down. Then after about 5 minutes, with a dull buzzing sound, several military transport planes suddenly appeared not far from the old house that had become empty. They suddenly hovered, opened the belly hatch, and released several metal robots several meters high on the ground. They activated the command and rushed towards the old house. A few hours later, after a long journey, the vehicle of Professor X and his group drove into a small area that was not very busy and finally stopped in front of a motel. Logan, the Strange Woman, Iron Man, Iceman, and other senior students who had become X-Men walked into the motel with the rest of the students to arrange food and accommodation. Professor X, Magneto, and his 2 men stayed in the restaurant together, discussing the next itinerary. Seito, as a helper, was naturally in this small group. Canada is not safe, so you'd better leave here as soon as possible. The United Kingdom is a good choice, Seito, who took a sip of the instant coffee provided by the restaurant, said in a low voice. Of course, if you're not afraid of cultural differences, China is also a suitable place. Aren't you coming with us? Professor X, who heard Seito's word from Seito's words, asked. I still have some things to deal with in the United States. If I'm done with them, maybe I'll go to the United Kingdom to see you, Seito said in a low voice. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Professor X apologized. Ito-say didn't care and smiled lightly. Today's matter was considered over. Chapter 2197. P.S. Done. P.S. Congratulations again to Comrade NXCX for becoming the sect leader. Boom! With a violent roar, a large Boeing 747 flew up from the ground under the watchful eyes of Seito, Professor X, Wolverine, Logan, Iron Man, Iceman, and other X-Men who accompanied the professor. It shot diagonally into the sky and quickly turned into a small black spot from everyone's sight and disappeared. Let's go. Professor X retracted his gaze and said to the X-Men around him. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and Iron Man Pyatt personally pushed Professor X's wheelchair out of the waiting hall and out of the airport, and sat in a large, plain-looking boxcar. Seeing everyone return, Magneto, who had changed back to his usual attire, nodded slightly to the front, and the car slowly started with a soft hum, turned around, and rushed back along the road in the direction of the United States. Okay, I should go too. See you next time. After the car was on the road, Seito said to everyone in the car, Good luck. Professor X said warmly. Thank you, you too. Seito nodded and thanked him. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Professor X and others in an instant. The next moment, in a suite of a 5-star hotel in New York, the United States, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. Sentinel robot. Seito muttered to himself as he walked to the window of the suite, overlooking part of the New York streets with his left arm crossed in front of his chest, his right book half bent, and his index finger gently rubbed his chin. Maybe Nick Fury should know something. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate. His figure flashed again and disappeared from the room, and in the next second, he appeared in Nick Fury's secret stronghold that he had visited last time. But at this time, this secret stronghold, which originally had some modern facilities, was already empty of people, and there was not a single person left. The dust in the room was piled up, and it looked abandoned for a long time. As expected of the only level 10 agent in the United States, he is really cautious. Looking at the empty room, Seito sighed in a low voice. But in this way, he originally wanted to use Nick Fury's intelligence system to investigate. Then, he would use his own method to end the entire Sentinel robot project. His plan to earn the power of the world fell through. He could only wait for Nick Fury to take the initiative to contact him. After that, Ito-say didn't stay in this useless secret stronghold any longer. He once again used his teleportation ability to return to the hotel suite where he lived. Lie down on the bed. He rested peacefully. After all, he had been traveling with Professor X and the mutants for the past few days. He had never had a good night's sleep. He was either cooped up in the car to help look after the car or sleeping in a motel with poor soundproofing. It was extremely tiring to be disturbed by the sounds of snoring and intercourse from next door from time to time. However, although his idea was good, there was someone who didn't want him to get what he wanted. On this night, a bright ball of light suddenly flew from afar and accurately hit the large glass window of Seito's suite. In the blink of an eye, the glass shattered into dozens of pieces of varying sizes and fell to the ground. A strong upper-level convective wind immediately blew into the suite through the broken window. The moment the glass shattered, Seito, who immediately woke up from his sleep, moved and appeared on the side of the room. He looked up at the broken window with an unfriendly expression. In the external void corresponding to the window, a beautiful brown-haired woman wearing rose-red leggings, dark red high-heel leather boots that covered her calves, and a bright leather jacket of the same color similar to a conservative swimsuit with all shoulders exposed. Her arms were covered with red leather sleeves, and she wore a strange M-shaped helmet of the same red color on her head. The figure came into Sei Ito's sight. "Wanda Maximoff?" Sei Ito said in a deep voice. Although it was a question, his tone was full of affirmation. "It can't be helped. It's really easy to recognize the other party's dress. In the entire Marvel world, only Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff can dress like this. As for others, although they may dress similarly, the color will never be as rose-red as hers, so it's not easy to recognize her." Scarlet Witch didn't speak. She floated into the suite through the broken window with a cold face and let her feet step on the ground. "Where's Pietro?" Scarlet Witch asked in a cold voice. Sei Ito didn't say anything when he heard Scarlet Witch's question. He directly released Quicksilver with a thought. "Wanda!" Quicksilver called out in surprise when he saw Scarlet Witch suddenly appear in front of him. This time, Scarlet Witch was puzzled. She couldn't understand what Sei Ito was thinking. "You can take him away, but you have to promise that you will not trouble me again from now on. Otherwise, even if there is some danger, I don't mind leaving you and your brother here," Sei Ito said in a low voice. "Okay." Scarlet Witch agreed happily. "Pietro, come here." Scarlet Witch then looked at Quicksilver and said, "Wanda, I don't like the way you talk to me now." Quicksilver frowned and said with a look of displeasure, but he didn't hesitate to walk to Scarlet Witch's side. "Thank you." Scarlet Witch looked at Sei Ito and thanked him. "If you have time, we can have a drink." Sei Ito nodded and said, "Okay." Scarlet Witch looked at Sei Ito in surprise and responded, "Pietro, let's go." After that, the Scarlet Witch's figure moved and flew out of the suite where Ito Seiji was located just like when she came. "I will remember you." Quicksilver looked up at Sei Ito seriously and said in a deep voice. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. "Scarlet Witch." Sei Ito sighed as he looked at the direction in which the two left. Then with a thought, a large number of fine electric lights rushed out from under his feet and went straight to the broken window. They covered the surrounding debris and floated up from the ground. As if a picture was replaying, they flew back to their original position one by one. Finally, in a bright white light, they turned back to a complete glass. As for Scarlet Witch, it's not that he doesn't want to catch her. As far as chaos magic is concerned, Sei Ito also hopes to trick her back and then study chaos magic together. But he can't. As a Scarlet Witch who also has Omega-level potential, she is completely different from Phoenix Lady Gucci Gray and Storm Lady Aurora, who have already broken out Omega level or even higher. A large part of her ability is not her own understanding, but it was given by the ancient demon god Thon, so it is very unstable. Sei Ito is very worried that after capturing her back to the Magic Cube world, one day she will break out with Omega-level strength and change the environment in the entire Magic Cube world. Just like in the original work, she almost caused the extinction of mutants all over the world and the transformation of the entire modern society into the royal family of the Middle Ages. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The other reason is that Sei Ito doesn't know the power of the ancient demon god Thon. He really doesn't know if this great demon god of the universe, who seems to be no weaker than Odin, will use the aura of Scarlet Witch to trace to the Magic Cube world and then cause trouble there. Although Sei Ito is confident that as long as the other party dares to come, he can use the power of the Magic Cube world to suppress the other party and never let him reincarnate. Sei Ito really doesn't want his pure Magic Cube world to have some unclean things that disturb the original order of the Magic Cube world and make the Magic Cube world become like the Marvel Universe. So after thinking about it, Sei Ito had to give up his coveting of chaos magic and cover the contradiction with Scarlet Witch in the most peaceful way. After all, with this friendship, the two of them know each other. In the future, there may be a chance to become friends with Scarlet Witch in other ways and get information about chaos magic from her. Next, Sei Ito walked back to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to warm the heavenly sword in his body as usual. After the trouble with Scarlet Witch, Sei Ito completely lost the pleasure of enjoying a perfect sleep like ordinary people. Unknowingly, more than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Affected by Sei Ito taking down Captain America, the superheroes who had a little resistance to the Anti-Superhuman Registration Act were found and defeated by the superheroes led by Tony Stark. They were either forced or semi-admitted to register their personal information according to the requirements of the Act and became government officials. However, more superheroes turned over a new leaf and lived the lives of ordinary people in anonymity. Otherwise, they would choose to leave their hometowns and continue to live the exciting life of a superhero that was sought after by people. As a result, the situation in the United States was unified as in the original, but the time and results were very different from the original. After all, in the original, it was Captain America who won in the end. As for what happened next, even if, say, Ito thought with his ass, he knew that Tony, who had integrated the superheroes of the United States, should concentrate on dealing with him. After all, for the U.S. government, his existence is too threatening. This is completely unacceptable for the upper echelons of the United States who are used to excluding threats. Even in terms of priority, it is higher than the mutants who are now being hunted by the Sentinel robots all over the world. Come if you want, just use the blood of these so-called superheroes to open the new heavenly sword. Sei Ito, who was standing in front of the suite window overlooking part of the New York streets, thought in his heart. Chapter 2198. P.S. Thanks to Hollow Man, Crystal Pendant, and Waning Moon for their precious monthly votes. 7 or 8 days later, Sei Ito didn't see the attack he expected. Instead, he saw something else. That evening, in a public green park in downtown New York, accompanied by a golden light that appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded, a naked, blonde, skinny white young man, with a strange mark similar to the Kabbalah tree of life on his back, appeared in the huge, semicircular pit caused by the golden light. The citizens who happened to be walking around curiously surrounded him and looked down at the pit. Someone's here. Is it an alien? No, it doesn't look like it. What's the pattern on his back? Call the police. Hey, is this the police station? The crowd whispered. Help me. Perhaps he was awakened by the noisy discussion of the crowd. The man in the pit raised his head and begged in panic. What was that just now? What a strong energy fluctuation. At the same time, Sei Ito, who felt the energy fluctuation released by the golden light when the man appeared, walked to the glass window of the suite, looked at the position where the man appeared, and whispered to himself. After he finished speaking, he instantly appeared not far from the pit where the man was. Almost at the same time, there was another beautiful girl with a slim figure, beautifully dressed, and very cute appearance. Sei Ito, who noticed the spatial fluctuation, turned his head and looked at the girl who also looked at him. The girl who looked at Sei Ito didn't say anything and looked away. She walked toward the crowd. Sei Ito did the same. Soon, the two of them walked to the back of the crowd. They squeezed into the crowd in their own way and came to the edge of the pit. Please help me. The man didn't care about his image. He stood up and looked at the crowd at the edge of the pit and begged. Hey, can someone give him a shirt? Just like Sei Ito, the girl who used a teleportation-like teleportation to arrive at the scene looked at the crowd and said. Hearing the girl's words, everyone looked at each other. Then, a middle-aged man took off his jacket and threw it to the young man in the pit. The latter was immediately startled by this sudden movement and subconsciously stepped back. A guy without any information. Sei Ito, who had been sizing up the young man in the pit ever since he arrived at the scene, thought to himself. But thinking about it, the Marvel Universe had a lot of information. From the 616 main worlds to the other parallel worlds, there were nearly 1,000 of them. There were all kinds of outtakes, supplements, and monographs piled up to fill a small room. Even if, Sei Ito tried his best to collect them, there would always be some fish in the net. What's more, with the influence of various movies and TV series, the Marvel world had long been a mess. It was normal for there to be a few characters that he didn't know about. Whoosh, then say Ito's body slipped. Following the soil surface of the pit, they descended into the pit. Be careful, the kind-hearted people around reminded him. Sei Ito, who came to the bottom of the pit, bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground, walked to the shivering man, and gently covered his shoulders with the clothes. Who's going to help? Sei Ito looked up and asked. Come here, buddy. A young black man, standing by the pit, squatted down and said. Seeing that someone responded, Sei Ito nodded to the man. He put his arm around the young man's shoulder and brought him to the edge of the pit, helped him walk up the soil surface, and then, with the help of the young black man and another white man, the guy in the pit was sent out of the pit. Then, Sei Ito, who had let go of his hands, put his arms on the edge of the pit and propped himself up. He climbed up the big pit. I didn't expect you to be a good person, the girl who had come to Sei Ito's side said softly. Hello, my name is Chun. Sei Ito turned his head and smiled at the girl. My name is Jolly, the girl introduced herself. Jolly. Sei Ito raised an eyebrow when he heard the name. He repeated it and then looked at the girl next to him. Do you know me? Jolly asked, frowning when she saw Sei Ito's change in expression. If your Weibo name is Jolly, Sei Ito said. Do you really know me? Jolly was surprised. Although she didn't say it, her reaction confirmed Sei Ito's words. She did have a Weibo account with the name Jolly. Who doesn't know the name Hungry Beauty? Sei Ito smiled, and at the same time, detailed information about her appeared in his mind. Jolly's original name was Janata. She was the daughter of one of the 5 gods in the universe, the planet Devourer. However, unlike her father, who devoured planets everywhere, Janata's character was very kind. Because she couldn't bear to hurt innocent lives, she desperately endured hunger. Therefore, it could be said that she had never really eaten since she was born. However, in order to not let herself starve to death, she came up with another way to find food, which was to devour those villains and extreme alien civilizations. However, compared to a big meal like devouring planets, devouring villains and aliens was just a side dish. Apart from relieving some of her hunger, it also couldn't make her full. However, it was precisely because of her behavior that the Earth in the multiverse avoided a lot of dangers. It was not destroyed by the aliens who had discovered the Earth and were preparing to occupy it, so the Earth could exist for a long time. Therefore, the Earth in the Marvel world was able to survive under the attack of so many strange enemies. Aside from his superheroes on the surface, her existence was one of the most important reasons why the Earth could survive. But aside from that, Janata was still an ordinary girl. Although she was a very old girl, she had all the hobbies a girl should have. For example, she liked to go shopping, go to all kinds of restaurants, surf the internet, and watch TV shows at 8 o'clock. Ugh, who gave you that name? That's a terrible name. Janata, who used the name Jia Li, looked upset. Although she complained on Weibo every day about not being able to eat enough, being hungry, and how to fight hunger. But to hear someone say that to her face still made her feel very uncomfortable. She wanted to eat the person who said that as a snack. Ugh, it's all over the internet. Seeing Janata's eyes light up as if she was staring at food, Han-sun felt as if he was looking at the food in front of him. Sei Ito felt a lot of pressure from the omnipotent universe-class girl in front of him. He laughed dryly. Huh. Janata grunted and ignored Sei Ito. She turned around and looked at the young man who had been sent to sit down. That guy is very unstable. After a while, Janata spoke seriously. His body has a lot of power. If we don't control him soon, he might destroy this place. I know. Sei Ito nodded and admitted it. Then he asked, what do you want to do? Do you want to do it right here or wait? Wait, Janata said after thinking for a moment. The moment she said that, a police car rang out. Accompanied by a clear siren, a police car finally arrived at the scene and stopped at the side. 2 middle-aged police officers got out of the car and walked over to the young man, who was still surrounded by many people. Is that him? One of the 2 officers asked. Yes, one of the onlookers answered. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? Asked the police officer who had received confirmation. Take me away from here. Please, they're chasing me, the young man said. Boo! The police officer looked around. When he didn't see anyone suspicious, he looked back at the young man. I don't know. The young man shook his head in fear. Where are they? The police officer asked. The young man raised his head and pointed to the sky. The people around them subconsciously followed their movements and looked up at the night sky. That included Sei Ito and Janata. It looks like he wasn't lying. Something is chasing him, Janata said quietly, her eyes flashing red. Sei Ito nodded and didn't say anything, because under his extraordinary eyesight, a battleship that jumped out of the universe out of thin air was reflected in his eyes. It was quietly floating in the Earth's orbit. As for the people around him, all they saw was the night sky. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, even if someone is chasing you, sir, you can't just sit here. You can't sit here like this. Come with us. Maybe someone else in the police station can help you, the police officer said. Then, he walked forward and helped the young man, who was wearing only a jacket, up. The young man didn't resist. With the help of the police officer, he walked to a police car not far away. He sat in the back and followed the police car out of the public square. Nice to meet you. See you later. Seeing the young man leave, Janata quickly said something. Before Sei Ito could answer, she teleported away. Sei Ito, who was still where he was, smiled. He teleported to catch up with the police car. Flying in the air, Janata turned around and looked at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared next to her. She didn't say anything. She kept her pace and followed the police car. Sei Ito smiled at Janata. He didn't say anything. He just flew next to her. Just like that, the two of them followed the young man back to the police station. At the same time, Sei Ito and Janata landed. They stopped on top of a building across from the police station. They watched the situation from above. Since you are here, you take care of the police. I will take care of the mutant, Janata said matter-of-factly. Okay. Sei Ito didn't mind. He smiled and agreed. Then, the two of them flashed and appeared in the police station. Then, without waiting for the police in the police station to respond, Itosei's divine thoughts immediately spread out, invading the minds of all the ordinary people present, suppressing their consciousness and making them freeze in place, as if they were frozen in a picture, keeping their movements in place. I didn't know you were a psychic. Janata looked at Sei Ito with surprise. It's nothing. Sei Ito smiled. It was just a casual remark, so Janata didn't dwell on it. She turned around and looked at the young man, who was panicking. If you don't want to be hurt by me, leave Earth. This is not a place you should be, Janata said to the young man. No. Who are you? You can't do this. The young man said quickly. Calm down. Seeing the young man's emotions change, Sei Ito frowned. The young man's energy was starting to activate. Yes, you need to calm down, Janata said coldly. Then, as if in response to her words, a large number of ice crystals began to appear out of thin air, adhering to the young man's body and spreading rapidly. It seemed like he was about to turn into an ice statue. She was the daughter of the planet Devourer. She was a universal being that could do everything. She was very powerful. She could teleport through space and time, and she could use the universe's energy to do all sorts of scary things. Elemental magic was a low-level power. If she was serious, she could even change the structure of an object's molecules and transform it into matter. No, I don't want to go back to the past. I don't want to. The young man, who was about to be frozen, shouted. Then, the young man's energy exploded. It formed a golden light that was like sunlight. It wrapped around the young man's body and broke the ice that was covering him. He was free again. He looks angry, Sei Ito said with a shrug. Then, I will make him calm down again, Janata said without looking back. Of course. But before that, we should take him away from here. Sei Ito shrugged. After saying that, he moved and suddenly appeared in front of the young man. He grabbed the young man's arm and threw him into the sky. Pang! Under Sei Ito's power, the young man's body became a cannonball. He broke the roof of the police station and flew into the sky. Janata did not hesitate, either. She flew out of the hole and chased after the young man with the gold light. Then, Sei Ito, who had removed the suppression on the ordinary people in the police station, quickly followed. Huh? Where's he? The police officer was shocked. On the other side, in the sky above New York City, Janata, who was still dressed like a city girl, swung her body. She kicked the young man's body with a clear whistle. She kicked the young man, who had just used his power to stop himself, even higher up in the sky. More than 100 tons of power created a crazy thrust. The young man's body disappeared from the atmosphere and reappeared in space. That is crazy. Seeing the violent Janata, Ito-sei's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, that is crazy. But he did not hesitate. He moved again and chased after her. Chapter 2199. The Janata chased after him, but as it did, a few strange pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air. They were like Iron Man 3's remote sensing battlesuit. They were all put on the flying Janata's body. When Janata flew out of the atmosphere and into space, a set of weird and beautiful equipment was on her. The equipment was dark purple in color. Aside from the tall, square-shaped hat, the rest of the equipment looked like she was wearing a different set of clothes. She had purple leather boots, purple knee-length socks, purple shoulder-bearing corset, purple arm guards, and small energy cores that emitted purple light at her chest and waist. She looked like she was cosplaying. Star Swallower suit. It looks like she wants to eat this guy. Sei Ito's lips twitched when he saw Janata appear in space. I will give you one more chance. Leave Earth now, and I will let you go. Janata crossed his arms in front of his chest. Beneath his helmet, his red eyes flashed with disdain. He looked at the young man with disdain. Don't even think about it, the young man shouted. Then, Hansun reached out his hands. A transparent universe energy beam was fired at the Janata. Janata, who was the target of the attack, did not move. She coldly smiled at the young man. In the next moment, there was a soft poof sound. The universe energy beam that the young man released was blocked by an energy shield. When the young man saw this, his face changed. He did not believe it, so he continued to attack Janata. The result was the same as before. It was all blocked by the Janata's energy shield. Is that enough? It is my turn now, Janata coldly said. After she said that, a U-shaped set of weapons and equipment appeared behind the Ghana Tower. The two ports connected to her waist, and they started to absorb energy. Then, the weapons that looked like cannons started to shine. They started to attack the young man. The energy beams were like rain. They hit the young man, who only had energy. His consciousness was still that of a normal person. Silently, the energy radiance dispersed, and the young man's body was quickly sent flying backward. Janata reached out her right arm. A strong suction force exploded from her palm. It was like a black hole sucking in the universe. He quickly grabbed the young man who was flying backward and pulled his body back to him. The young man knew he shouldn't have gone there. His body shone, and he broke free from the suction force of Janata. He spun around and flew away. But under the suction of the Ghana Tower, his speed wasn't very fast. It was like the airplanes on Earth, which had air resistance and gravity. His speed wasn't very fast. The young man's eyes flashed. Sei Ito's body appeared in front of him. He spun his leg. A heavy kick landed on the young man's body. Itosei's power and the Ghana Tower's suction power combined. The young man's body flew towards the Ghana Tower like a meteor. He was in front of her in the blink of an eye. Janata's suction force stopped. She opened her mouth and sucked. Suddenly, a suction force that was even stronger than the previous one burst out, pulling the young man's body toward her mouth. During this process, it was like the young man was under a spell. His body became smaller and smaller. In the end, he was only the size of a finger. He was quickly sucked into Janata's mouth. She closed her mouth and swallowed. He was eaten. I was looking forward to it, but in the end, it was only a dozen calories. So weak. The Janata, who had swallowed the young man, smacked its lips and spoke with dissatisfaction. She raised her head and looked at Sei Ito, who had just returned. Don't look at me like that. It puts me under a lot of pressure, Ito said with a dry laugh. Don't worry. If you do something bad, I won't eat you. Janata stopped looking at Han's senator. She rubbed her hungry belly and lifted her lips. When you say that, I feel even more pressure. Ito Mori whispered with a smirk on his face. What did you say? Because the universe did not allow sound transmissions, Ito did not use his power to protect the sound waves. Janata did not hear what Ito had said. Nothing. I was just thinking that we should go and meet those guys. Ito quickly shook his head, then looked at the small shuttle not far away, and changed the topic. You are right. Janata, who was also looking at the ship, nodded in agreement. Then, he moved and flew towards the small spaceship. Itosi I on the side also did the same. It was unknown if they were scared by Janata's cannibalism, or if they were shocked by Janata's power, but before Ito and Janata could get close, a halo lit up. A silver-haired woman wearing a dark blue uniform appeared. Her right eye and right arm had bright yellow quantum energy flowing through it. She was accompanied by a young man wearing a dark blue uniform. He looked like a human, but his forehead had a blue gem. Then, the white-haired woman introduced herself in the friendliest tone. Hello, I am Quasar from the Guardian of the Galaxy. He is Adam. Thank you for helping us eliminate Mike Kelva. Mike Kelva? That guy? Janata asked. Yes. Quasar nodded. Guardian of the Galaxy. Ito Seiji narrowed his eyes and repeated the name. He didn't expect to meet the Guardian of the Galaxy here at this time, because in his memory, the earliest contact with the members of the Guardian of the Galaxy should have been around the time Thanos came to Earth. That is, after the end of the Secret War, not now. It seems that you have heard of us. Adam turned his head and looked at Ito. Yes. Ito admitted in a low voice, then looked up at the light green and almost blue clear gemstone inlaid on Adam's forehead, which was emitting a familiar soul power all the time, and said with some uncertainty, Soul Stone? Yes, this is the main reason why we can communicate with you directly now, Adam replied. Is it a spirit stone? Was it not taken by Thanos? Or, at this time, Thanos did not use the timeline to grab the Infinity Stone? Ito heard Adam's admission and his eyes moved. He was interested in the spirit stone on Adam's head. The only thing I am worried about is whether Thanos will come to us because of this. Since you know about us, it is easy to say. We came here to hunt Mike Kelva. We have no intention of being enemies with you. Quasar looked at Ito and Janata and explained. What is the Guardian of the Galaxy? Janata turned her head and looked at Ito beside her. Although she jumped out of the timeline or space or even the parallel universe to look for food, she did not know about the Guardian of the Galaxy, a small organization in the Milky Way. Besides the fact that her range of activities was not in the Milky Way, she generally did not contact people when she was on the move. Naturally, she would not have heard of the Guardian of the Galaxy, which was similar to an official organization. It is a civil organization that specializes in maintaining the peace of the universe in the Milky Way and fighting interstellar crime. It is similar to the Avengers Alliance on Earth. The leader is called Star-Lord, and they are members. Ito looked at Quasar and Adam and explained to Janata. I see. Then there is no problem. Janata, who understood the nature of the Guardian of the Galaxy, said with a look of realization. It is nice to meet you too. We still need to report to the headquarters. Goodbye, Quasar said. Goodbye, Janata said politely. Wait, however, just as Quasar and Adam were about to teleport back, Ito's voice suddenly sounded in their ears, stopping them. Immediately afterward, Ito moved. Before Adam and Quasar and Janata could react, he appeared in front of Adam. His right hand stretched forward, and his index, middle, and thumb pinched the edge of the spirit stone like a claw. He pulled back his arm and forcefully took the spirit stone off Adam's forehead. Blood sprayed out from Adam's forehead. What are you doing? Quasar asked angrily. Ito ignored Quasar's question. He flipped his hand and put away the spirit stone. Then, he flicked his finger and sent a green life force into Adam's body. In an instant, the wound on Adam's forehead twitched, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, It became a bright and clean forehead once again. If not for the blood that had not completely spread out on both sides of his forehead, no one would be able to tell that his forehead was previously injured. Okay, you guys can go now. Sei Ito returned to Janata and spoke coldly. Janata looked at Sei Ito strangely, but she did not say anything. She crossed her arms and stood aside like a bystander. Percent, yen percent, Quasar said angrily. Without the Spirit Stone's buff, Quasar could no longer use his spirit power to communicate. The words he spoke sounded like gibberish to Sei Ito's ears. As for Janata, with her equipment, she could receive unlimited knowledge from the universe. She was not affected. She could still easily understand Quasar's language. I'm going back to Earth. Do you want to come too? Sei Ito, who did not care about Quasar, said to Janata. Chapter 2200. Aside from Janata's power, which made Sei Ito feel a lot of pressure, no matter if it was Adam or the Quasar, their powers could hurt him, but the difference in levels was not something that could be overcome with power alone. So, as long as Janata did not want to eat him, Sei Ito did not care about the Guardian of the Galaxy at all. He did not care about the Guardian of the Galaxy's power, but the Quasar did not think the same. Although the performance of the Ghana Tower was indeed very exaggerated, and it was able to defeat and eat Mike Kelva, who was a headache to the Guardian of the Galaxy, in just 2 or 3 moves, which shocked them. But this had nothing to do with Ito Sei. So, in the eyes of the Guardian of the Galaxy, Sei Ito was just there to help. He was not as strong as Janata. So, the moment Sei Ito ignored him, the Quasar's right arm condensed into a pure quantum lightsaber. It slashed towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who had been attacked, disappeared. He was cut in half by the Quasar's lightsaber. But in the next second, another Sei Ito appeared behind the Quasar. His right hand became a knife, and he slashed towards the Quasar's neck, under the attack of Ito Sei's mysterious martial arts technique. Even though the Quasar could see it clearly and felt that he could completely resist it, his neck was still accurately hit by Ito Sei's palm in the next moment. He couldn't even defend himself before he fainted, and his soul gem was forcibly removed. Adam, who was also unconscious, became a floating corpse in space. Let's have a meal together. Sei Ito, who had taken care of the Quasar's resistance, looked at Janata and invited her. What you're doing right now is criminal. Are you not afraid that I will eat you? Janata looked at Sei Ito with interest. That inexplicable tone, even Ito Sei, who had telepathy, could not tell the hidden meaning of these words. I am fighting against aliens. Sei Ito smiled. I am protecting Earth from alien invasion. You have to know that in the past 6 months, Earth has been harmed by aliens too many times. I don't want our fragile Earth to be targeted by new guys. Didn't you say the Guardian of the Galaxy was a righteous organization? Janata asked. I only heard that. Who knows what the Guardian of the Galaxy is really like? S-H-I-E-L-D. He calls himself a righteous organization. Do you think he doesn't do a lot of dirty work? Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders. Janata blinked. He did not say anything. Let's go. When we leave, their companions will come pick them up. Sei Ito looked at the small ship that was silent. Then, his body flashed and left the universe. He returned to Earth below. Janata looked at the small ship that the Guardian of the Galaxy members were in. She smiled. He put away the Star Devourer's suit and activated his teleportation ability to return to Earth. But she did not meet up with Sei Ito, who was waiting on the ground. She appeared on another street. She was like an ordinary girl in the city. She wandered around the busy streets. It looks like Sister Swallow is just like any other girl. She's not easy to talk to. Ito Sei had been waiting for a while, but the Janata had yet to appear. He shook his head and laughed. But that is good. I don't have to worry about the consequences of tricking Sister Swallow away. After that, Sei Ito walked away. He wandered around the busy streets of New York. When night fell, Sei Ito returned to his hotel. He closed the door and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, swallow this thing. Standing in the Rubik's Cube world, Seito looked at the soul gem floating in front of him. It was still glowing. The next moment, the Rubik's Cube world space was turbulent. Then, the soul gem that was glowing suddenly lit up. It released a powerful soul power. It was like a shockwave. It went straight for Seito's mind. You overestimate yourself. Seito laughed coldly. Then, his primordial spirit moved. His powerful consciousness spread out. It was stronger than the soul gem's attack. It went straight for the soul power. Poof! An invisible ripple spread out from the point of contact between the two forces. Then, Seito's soul power went straight for the soul gem. It hit the surface of the soul gem hard. Pang! No! In an instant, the soul gem exploded into powder, and a scream like that of a human dying came out from it. Humph! An independent consciousness formed by a mixed soul wants to take over my body. What a wishful thinking. Seito sneered. Yes, in this soul gem, there is an independent consciousness that is completely absent in the other 5 infinity stones. However, because the way it was born was the assembly of multiple souls, the huge soul power in the soul gem was not fully used, and the quality was also very low. Otherwise, Seito was not sure that his soul strength could withstand the attack of this soul gem that included all the souls in the universe. Then, the soul power visible to the naked eye gushed out of the soul gem, forming a huge soul tide. It quickly spread to the western part of the Rubik's Cube world. Under the full devouring of the Rubik's Cube, it gradually merged into the void. Did Tony Stark give up? Seito, who was standing in front of the large window of the suite where he lived and overlooking the streets of New York, was full of surprise. At this time, it has been more than a month since the appearance of Mike Curva and the Guardian of the Galaxy. Since that day, in order to make it easier for Tony's men to find him, Seito has almost become an otaku. In addition to the regular nurturing of the new heavenly sword that was conceived after 9 days of 9 extremes, he stayed in the suite and used the computer in the suite to surf the internet. From time to time, he would check Weibo and talk to Ghana to increase their friendship so that he would not be swallowed alive by Ghana if he did something out of line one day. But to Ito-Sei's surprise, it was not until more than a month later that Ito-Sei had improved his relationship with Sister Tun to the point where they could go out for snacks together. Tony Stark and his S.H.I.E.L.D. subordinates did not come to find trouble with him, making Ito-Sei feel like his thoughts had gone down the drain. It was very uncomfortable. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to attack. It's also time to capture a few gods to draw power. After thinking about it, Seito's figure flashed and left the hotel suite where he lived. Chapter 2201. P.S. Thank you to Load Into the Sky, Solon, and Sacred Knight for their precious monthly votes. It seems that you're living a good life. On the street of a certain district in New York, Ito-Sei suddenly appeared and looked at Hercules, the god of strength, who was still dressed like an ancient Greek gladiator and gnawing on a hot dog in his hand. Who are you? Hercules, who heard the voice, turned his head and looked at the strange Seito. You can call me Chun, Seito said lightly. Chun? The guy who was marked as an extremely dangerous person by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hercules stuffed the hot dog in his hand into his mouth, turned around, and looked up and down at Seito in surprise. In his eyes, Seito was an ordinary person who had lost a lot of weight. He had neither strong muscles nor strong energy and auras similar to those of other superpowers. Even his sense of presence was not as strong as ordinary people. He really couldn't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. would list such a guy as a dangerous person. But how could he know that all this was because Seito deliberately restrained himself? If he really wanted to do what he did and unleash his full power, not to mention the entire New York, there would be no normal person within 100 meters of him. But doubts aside, Hercules, who had lived in the United States for a long time and had some understanding of the rules of the United States, did not doubt it. He was still alert in his heart, but he did not take out his full attention to guard. If there is no second person in the United States who matches the characteristics, then I am the guy you are talking about. Seito smiled. What are you looking for me for? Hercules wondered. A fight. Further, I'm going to take you back, Seito said lightly. Huh? Take me? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Good job, man. Hercules was stunned at first. Then he suddenly laughed out loud and praised loudly. Hey, why doesn't anyone believe the truth? Do I have to send you flying before I can understand? You Western gods really don't have a normal way of thinking. Ito-sei sighed. After saying that, he moved and appeared in front of Hercules in the blink of an eye, punching Hercules in the face. Bang! The air vibrated, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Heracles' body was sent flying like a cannonball, as if he had been hit by a speeding heavy truck. A strong gust of wind was stirred up as it crashed heavily into a building 100 meters away, deeply embedding itself in it. Bang! Walla. The passers-by who were startled let out terrified screams. Seito, who had completed the attack, did not move. He stood in place and looked at the building that Hercules had crashed into. The next moment, with a crash, Hercules walked out of the damaged building, his face full of anger and unscathed. His footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, making muffled thuds as he stepped on the ground. He walked towards Seito step by step. A moment later, Hercules walked in front of Seito. With a height of nearly 2 meters, he looked down at Seito, who was half a head shorter than him. With a fierce look, Hercules gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you have angered me." Seito's response was simple. He punched Hercules in the face with a technique that was far beyond Hercules' conscious perception. Bang! This time, Hercules did not fly out like before. Instead, his body shook and he staggered and fell to one side. Very obviously, after the blow just now, Hercules had basically stopped looking down on Zhang Heng. He had unleashed all his strength. Only his super-strong resistance and the tough body of an Eternal could resist Seito's tremendous force that could destroy a mountain so easily without being hurt. Seeing Seito's ungrateful behavior, Hercules was furious. He roared and waved his arm, which was as thick as an adult human's thigh, at Seito. Hercules' strength surged. His arm brought a strong wind with it, roaring towards Seito. Although Seito had a general idea of Hercules' strength, he had never experienced it directly. He did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed the ground and twisted his body. He used a martial arts technique to twist all his strength into one and punched Hercules' palm with his fist. Boom! Then, a thunderous sound immediately rang out from the place where the two men's fists and palms collided. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly in all directions. The glass on all the surrounding buildings suddenly shattered under the shock of the shockwave, turning into countless pieces of varying sizes that flew and fell to the ground. Crackle! As for the ground where the two were standing, it shattered under the impact of their tremendous force. A large patch of dark cracks spread out like a spiderweb. The next moment, the two moved together and continued to punch each other with their fists. Continuous sounds of explosions and powerful shock waves rippled out from between the two of them, shooting out in all directions without restraint. Under the influence of their battle, cracks began to appear on the surface of the surrounding buildings. The ground was damaged, and various public facilities and parked vehicles were destroyed like trash. They were sent flying, making the surroundings look like it was the end of the world. Boom! After another explosion, Seito and Hercules separated in the middle. Ha ha ha, awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight with someone. Hercules laughed with a comfortable expression on his face, as expected of a guy who originally had universe-level power. Even if he exhausted his power in the War of Chaos, he still has more than 100 tons of power left. That's terrifying. But fortunately, this guy is only proficient in close combat. He doesn't know anything about magic or energy attacks, so it's much easier to deal with him. Seito thought to himself as he stared at Hercules, who was laughing wildly. He opened his hands slightly to relieve the numbness in his palms caused by the shockwave. After laughing, Hercules looked at Seito with glowing eyes and said loudly, "Boy, let's do it again." "Okay." Seito, who was also excited, responded loudly. Then, the two of them moved at the same time and collided once again. The explosion and the terrifying shock wave that had stopped not long ago reverberated in the street again, destroying the surrounding buildings and facilities that had long been in ruins. This time, Seito was not foolish enough to compete with Hercules in terms of strength. Although he still did not use various abilities to assist him due to his pride, he used all his martial arts techniques, martial arts will, and transcending consciousness. In the beginning, Hercules could still rely on his own strength to resist. But as time went by, his ability to resist became weaker and weaker, and his heart was filled with irritation and frustration. Finally, not long after, Seito seized the opportunity to flip over and throw Hercules to the ground. Bang! Under the violent impact, a large piece of the ground, which had become extremely fragile due to the battle between the two, immediately collapsed, forming a crater with a diameter of more than 5 meters. "Damn it!" Hercules cursed loudly. "You lost, Hercules," Seito said faintly, and then his fist fell and hit Hercules' head. Bang! Under the impact of the huge force, Hercules' head suddenly sank into the ground. Hercules will never lose." Hercules, who did not faint completely because of this blow, said loudly. At the same time, he raised his hands and grabbed Seito's body. Seito's figure flashed and dodged from Hercules' body. Sure enough, to deal with a guy like you who can't die even with cosmic force, it's better to use energy attacks. Seito sighed in a low voice. Then Seito, who had defeated Hercules through martial arts, raised his arm to the sky and summoned a sun out of thin air. "What is that?" Seeing the second sun appear in the sky, the New Yorkers, SHIELD, and the senior officials of the U.S. government all looked at the sky in shock and horror, muttering to themselves, "What is that?" At the same time, Hercules also stared blankly at the second sun that appeared in the sky. Although there's also the Olympian divine system in the Marvel Universe, and the sun god Apollo, Apollo's ability is only to control flames and temperature. He can create high temperatures similar to the sun, but there is no way to really create a new sun. Even Zeus, who has mastered all natural elements and even has an unknown divine power beyond the universe, could not do this. Only the bastard magic of the great demonic god Thon and the Berserk Scarlet which could do this. Therefore, it is not too surprising that Hercules would be stunned by the second sun in the sky. Good luck, Hercules. I hope you don't have much sin on you and your body is strong enough. Otherwise, I will have to collect your body regretfully. Seito looked at Hercules, who was half squatting on the ground and staring blankly at the sky, and said faintly. Without waiting for Hercules to respond, Xian's arm fell and pointed at Hercules. At the same time, the new sun in the sky immediately turned into a flaming meteor with a long white-tail flame, falling in the direction of Hercules. Fusike. Seeing the sun set, Hercules' expression changed greatly. He cursed, jumped up from the ground, shot into the air like a rocket, and landed on the top of the building next to him. Then, without stopping, he quickly jumped to another building. But what made Hercules' expression change sharply was that the falling flaming meteor suddenly stopped halfway, as if it could track him. No matter how he jumped and dodged, it still kept chasing him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.